little bit of an experiment, but for those of you joining from home, please continue to sign in by Zoom if you want to participate in public comment, or if you just want to watch the meeting, you can just watch it from the website. And this is an experiment. This is the beta.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order at 7:01. We are holding this meeting in person unless and until the Michigan Legislature acts to allow remote participation. All elected local government bodies are required to meet and vote in person. The board has decided to extend the option of remote participation to members of the public for purposes of viewing and to make comments at the designated times. When the clerk calls the roll, those members of the Board of Trustees who are present at Township Hall should indicate that they are present. Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Present.
Palmer, present. Flintoff, present. Courteau, absent. Jerome,
Present.
Knoll, present. McLaughlin.
Present. And we inadvertently omitted the Pledge of Allegiance from the agenda, but if everyone would please join me in pledging allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We also have to correct the roll on the agenda, but we managed to get through that. And now that brings us to the adoption of the agenda. And I would like to propose the following changes. To remove consent agenda item G2, request to order 4 Ford F-150 Lightning EVs from the agenda. To add the following information, parentheses L5026, comma, page 142, close parens, where appropriate, in the first whereas clause in the amendment in consent agenda item G3, amendment to 4243 North Delhi Road Conservation Easement, to add to the consent agenda as item G10, approval of exception to paid time off policy for Mary Gillis, and move to consent agenda K2. This is an action item authorizing the hiring of Lori Carey for a temporary part-time position of utilities accounting assistant, and I'll provide the reasons for these changes. There is an unresolved budget question regarding the trucks purchase, and I hope to bring this item back in some form when we consider the budget at a special meeting to be held on Tuesday, March 29th. The conservation easement was missing a reference citation, so it's just a typographical correction. The clerk and administrator have requested the addition of the administrative action to allow the exception for paid time off policy. And the hiring of Ms. Carey as temporary utilities accounting assistant is a necessary action proposed by the township administrator, and being sympathetic to some of the comments that we've received about making people wait for an agenda item at the end of the agenda, I am proposing to move it to the consent agenda to save people from waiting the entire meeting, just to have us approve that item. Are there any other corrections or comments on these changes? Trustee Noel.
I would propose we remove G4, the site plan approval, OptiFlow, and G5, site plan approval, Scio retail management, off of the agenda, off of the consent agenda.
Well, then we will be making those folks wait until the end of the meeting. Is there a pressing reason for doing so?
There will be questions.
All
I have
right.
questions.
All right, well, in that case,
Will?
yes.
Just a question. What did you say are the changes to G3?
G3, oh, in the first whereas clause, there is a missing citation in this place. This is to put that citation in. It's
Okay.
close parens L5026, comma, page 142, close
Gotcha.
parens.
Thank you. I'd like to take the G9 COLA item off of the consent agenda. There's an error in the model motion. Well, I don't know if it's an error. There's a scope difference between our policy and the motion, so I want to talk about that. And I would suggest, in the interest of, I know we have some people joining by Zoom, I would suggest that we move the J1 authorization of temporary township finance officers up above reports.
Ahead of the public hearing on the budget.
Yes, if possible.
Well, I would question moving that ahead of the public hearing on the budget.
Or could we move reports down?
Sure. We could move reports to after new business.
Okay, great.
That keeps the fire chief here for quite a while, but. Okay. Are there any other?
Question.
Yes, Mr.
Um,
Administrator.
How will you set the public hearing for the budget? Is that something that you would do as supervisor, or would that be a board action for the 29th to adopt the budget?
Oh,
We need to have that as a board action.
well, we could either have it as a board action, or I, as supervisor, could announce it. I was
Okay.
planning to announce it.
Just announce it,
in
okay.
in my report later,
All right.
but we could also do it as a board action. It doesn't, either way, it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
I would just like to make sure that we have the day and time certain tonight.
Yes.
However we do it.
That was my plan
Yeah, okay.
to do it that way.
Okay.
So there is a plan. Are there any other corrections, changes to the agenda before we adopt it as amended? Okay, in that case, is someone prepared to make a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Moved by Palmer,
I'll support.
support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The agenda is adopted as amended. That brings us to the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes of the regular meeting of March 8th, 2022? Don't see anyone
Any corrections?
offering any there are no corrections, is someone prepared to move adoption of the minutes or the draft minutes as proposed?
So moved.
Moved by Flintoff,
I'll support.
support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes are adopted, or approved, excuse me. That brings us to communications to the Board of Trustees. Clerk Flintoff?
Sure. Everything received as of Friday morning is here. We've received a couple more items, and they'll be in next meeting's packet.
All right, and that brings us to public comment. Let's see. So this is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matters under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Later, at the conclusion of the meeting, there will be another opportunity for public comment on general topics. If you have a comment on the proposed FYE 2023 budget, please hold your comment until the public hearing later in the meeting. If you are participating in person, you may approach the table when it is your turn. If you are participating remotely, I ask that you raise your Zoom hand to be recognized. Please remain muted until you have been called on, and then remute yourself at the end of your turn. Trustee Jerome has agreed to serve as timekeeper and will announce when there is 30 seconds remaining and then time up. Out of fairness, please stop speaking when your 3 minutes are finished. When your turn is up, please check to make sure that you are muted. I would ask that no one be interrupted during his or her comments. Members of the public will each be given 1 opportunity to address the Board of Trustees during public comments. Although we cannot help but have some repetition, please try to avoid reiterating the same points which were made by the previous speakers. Please do not involve personalities. Be as factual as possible. Public comments are not an opportunity for back and forth dialogue with the Board of Trustees. Members of the public should direct their comments to the board as a whole, not to individual board members. To the trustees, I would add the reminder that we too should avoid personalizing our comments or ascribing motives to others. We are responsible for listening respectfully. That means our facial expressions and body language should not communicate either agreement or disagreement with what other speakers are saying. Neither should we make sounds or speak to show support or opposition to others' comments. Now, are there any members of the public who would like to comment? Please come forward.
I protest that Administrator Rowley is not doing the timing. Good evening. Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. At the last Planning Commission meeting during the Heron Farm Winery discussion, residents who live near Scio Church event barns gave comments on their negative experience living with these venues for the past 3 years, as well as trying to get help. Planner Doug Luan commented that if there is a problem with the new Heron event barn, the residents will be responsible to prove wrongdoing. This doesn't make sense. The township approves a business, then washes their hands of any responsibility with it by saying, you neighbors now have to be a detective and deal with the problem yourself. Please fix the Scio Church event barn problems before allowing more barns to populate our township. By the way, what happened to the work on the noise ordinance last fall? That could have been a big help to those Scio Church residents as well as the Heron Winery residents going forward. Which brings me to a topic. I wear many hats in this township as a resident. I have my friend's hat. I have my my press hat, and I have my New York Police Department hat, and I've lost my place. Supervisor Hathaway, at the last BOT meeting, you called a resident officer. I want to thank you for that. You see, you were right, as it is evident with the event barns. We residents need to police our government and our government actions, so we now understand. I am putting on my NYPD hat. In doing so, as my capacity as Officer Boyd, I'm giving citations to some on this board for not knowing the current OMA rules. OMA, beginning January 1st, 2022, a member of a public body can participate electronically in a meeting only if a member is absent due to military duty. This is because the participation of a member of a public body is governed by the Open Meetings Act, which requires all members of a public body to be physically present at a meeting to be able to count toward a quorum, participate in a discussion, deliberate, or vote unless they fall under the military duty exception. A previous temporary exception allowing the remote meetings or participation by members of a public body due to COVID-19 pandemic has expired and is no longer lawful. This month, 3 of you allowed your respective chairs to let members attend via Zoom participating in a meeting. The current OMA says boards and committee members must now be in person to be counted and to be heard. Residents would like all levels of government to follow the rules. And would you please give this to Trustee Corto?
All right.
Thank you.
Next.
Let me just note, I'm hearing this event, I'm hearing a speaker from a computer while Pam's talking, so if anybody,
It might be mine.
oh, okay, no problem, thanks
When I have my
Pam.
headphones on, it'll go
No,
away.
no problem, thank you.
Are there other public speakers, public comments?
How you doing? My name is Jamie Wingler. I live right across the street from the event barns. I got a little video for you. I just want you to listen to what the words are at the very beginning, what he's saying about what they're doing. So go ahead and play the video. That's good. Go ahead and play it.
And Jamie, it looks like we'll be able to have the,
It's only 2 minutes long. This is 2 minutes.
Jamie, it looks like we'll have the audio but not the video.
Bob?
Is that okay? So I think what you'll have to do actually is just share your screen. Just pause for a second. I don't know. Oh, here. Oh, here. There you go. Will, why don't you go on to another member if you would, we'll work this out.
Okay, is there someone else who's ready to come up and give their comment?
Hi, Kat Stein, Scio Township resident for over 45 years. I didn't come with any prepared comments tonight. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Trustee Corto is again absent. So I want to address that. Unfortunately, I can't address it to her. There have been a lot of absence from Trustee Corto. I understand there were for some personal family reasons, and I had a lot of sympathy and compassion for her the first week, the second week, the third week. Trustee Corto is not serving the township in her absences, and I think that needs to be corrected. I don't know, besides recall, I don't know of any other way that can be corrected, but I would like Trustee Corto to consider resigning and giving another person the opportunity to fully serve the township. Thank you very much.
Jamie, are you going to just present the video from there, or are you going to sit up at the table to comment?
Apologies. Thanks, everybody, for the patience here.
Thanks. That's me enjoying a Saturday afternoon at my house, because they had a party going on, they didn't want me to have any noise. I had just a couple boys up there riding motorcycles, and they wasn't doing a damn thing. That's the kind of stuff we got over at Misty Farms that you guys are protecting.
Next public comment. There are no further public comments from individuals present in the room. Are there those participating remotely who would like to comment?
I'm not seeing any Zoom hands up at this time.
I want to,
I have.
Oh.
I have some data that I hope everyone can see. Folks in the room, maybe you can check the monitor. So I want to talk about the 4 newest board members. And I want to talk about their educational history. So Jackie Cortello has a bachelor's degree in history, a master's in science writing, a master's in biology. Further, she has a PhD in ecology. Alec has a bachelor in economics, a master's in history. Patrick has a bachelor's degree in communications. Will has a bachelor's degree in humanities, a master's in urban policy, and an educational doctorate in educational leadership. And further, from Will's LinkedIn profile, he lists his skills as organizational development, professional development and mentoring, dispute resolution, fundraising, education, and training program management, administrative duties, teamwork, program evaluation, and reporting, recruitment and marketing, communications, and research. So I just want to point out, and this is in regards to the upcoming discussion about financial staff that Mr. Rowley is going to present. And so the question is, what are all of these people lacking? They're all lacking financial either education or professional experience. So they have absolutely zero experience in that area. So I wanted the visual on this because this is all very impressive, isn't it? But there is not the experience to evaluate the financial staffing. And so I'm asking you, please, to take Mr. Rowley's advice on financial staffing, because he does have the experience. The other board members have been on this board for a while. Therefore, they also have professional experience. So I really urge you to take the advice of the administrator. Now, further, we all know that Will's going to speak for 5 to 10 or more minutes on how he really does have financial experience. He does this. And my friends, that is called gaslighting. I've taken his experience right off of his webpage and right off of LinkedIn. So nowhere does it say financial experience, but he's going to say he does. Thank you.
Are there any further public comments?
We do. We have Jonathan Greenberg followed by Ed. Jonathan, you can go ahead.
Hey, yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for listening to my comments. I would like to follow up on Resident Stein's earlier comment about the lack of your colleague, Ms. Corteau. Does not ever seem to be around. I haven't been paying attention other than the fact that she hasn't been here much lately, and when she is here, she doesn't contribute much other than asking pretty basic questions that anyone could ask anyone. So please do consider having her resign and find somebody who's willing to spend the time to serve their community. Well, that was a really good display. She got you on that one. Looking forward to the financial discussion. Have a great night.
Thank you. Ed, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for letting me comment. I'd like to address Jamie Wingler's comments. Yes, I did go over to his property, and what I was simply asking is there was a 30-minute ceremony that was going to happen at Misty Farm, and I was just asking him if he could not ride his motocross bikes for the 30 minutes when the bride was getting married. That was all I did. Now, I understand that, it got riled up and there was issues there. I never went back to him later to try to do it again because I knew he was upset. My only thing was Lodi has no sound ordinance, so they can run the bikes as loud as they want. And I was simply asking for 30 minutes apiece. As far as a fight, I would never fight Jamie. We made up later. We talked. We actually helped, my wife and I actually helped him acquire the property that was next door when Bart was trying to come and acquire that. And we worked to get that sold over to him. And so we had a relationship with the young man who had it, and we got him to sign off on a contract for Jamie to acquire that property. So we've worked with Jamie since then. He's been to our event barns for Tracy's Vandenberg's fundraiser as a judge when she was there. So I don't know why all of a sudden Jamie's trying to bring up all the old stuff again, but that's no longer happening. And he can ride his motocross. There's nothing I can do about it. Lodi, again, does not have a sound ordinance. So thanks for listening.
Thank you. Margaret Engel. Margaret, you can go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I also had not planned to speak, but I just wanted to say that I served on the Land Preservation Commission with Jacqueline Corteau, and in my dealings with her, she's an extremely intelligent woman, of a person of absolute integrity. She's incredibly knowledgeable about the environment and development, and she's been very active on the Planning Commission and is very important. And I just wanted to say, in my opinion, she's a huge asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. You have no more.
There's me.
Yes, please come to the table.
Okay, so some new topics, few old topics. First of all, I second everything which was said about the financial. The people who are on the board have all kinds of degrees. I have an economics degree for undergraduate. I don't see anybody who has anything close to having a degree beside our treasurer over here, number one. Number two, I want to go back to the comments that I had asked you guys before, which includes Ms. Corto as well and Mr. McLaughlin. At every turn, I have asked you, Mr. McLaughlin, you know that you are the beneficiary of a bigoted, exclusionary system which shooed you in. You were Hathaway's choice from the beginning. It was you all the time. I got the approval from Jack Knowles, who is a previous supervisor, not to say Jack Knowles supported me for my independence to get on the board. He called Hathaway, he called Donna Palmer, he called Kortoshi, he couldn't get a hold of it. He called Mr. Jerome. So here's how it goes. He told Hathaway that there is a need for Abby to get on because he's independent. He's not going to vote with you or Jessica. He's going to do the right thing. That's what's sorely missing. As soon as that word independent came out of his mouth, we were doing a lunch at Uptown Coney, the three of us. He started talking about you. And then he told him, I'm talking about Abby while you're talking about him. He called me later to try to dissuade me from even filing. Oh, he's a great guy. He ran on my slate. I don't think there's a need for you to even file. Okay? So, and on and on and on. And now, here how it goes. Mr. Jerome did not even bother to return his text or his call. You can check with him. So, Mr. Hathaway just listened to him, but he did what he wanted, which was you were the shoe-in from the beginning. He did not want to have somebody who is independent. He wanted to have a replica of Jane Vogel, which is what we got in you, a male Jane Vogel now. 100% voting record the last time with everybody else. So are you going to be the profile, encourage and resign and say because I was the beneficiary of a fraudulent system which excluded all the minorities, myself and Heather Berkowitz, which did not even get an interview. I want the board to pick an outside group to interview all 8 people, and if I'm recommended, so be it. But not to interview the state of 4 people, 50% are minority, and keep this whole place white, W-H-I-T-E. After I got a call telling me that we are appointing, throwing your hat, we'll consider everybody equally. That never happened because we didn't even have equal access. You all got half an hour interview, we got 0. 0, we were not even worth talking to. The only person who voiced a subdued was Donna Palmer, who said it wouldn't hurt to interview all 8 people. Now, moving to Ms. Corto, yes, she has a lot of experience and education, but what's discerning is the following. She's always acquiescing to Will Hathaway. She raises her hand, looks to catch the gaze of Will Hathaway's eye. Hathaway looks over her funnel and says, do you have any objection? She follows him to the hallway, breaks the Open Meetings Act.
Time is up.
Okay, 5 minutes is what I'm going to talk. I don't care about what you say. Breaks the Open Meetings Act, violates the Open Meetings Act. Together, we catch them. Then he calls us officers. Hey, let me tell you why it's not up. Because you guys run as Democrats, you're imposters. You are not Democrats. You lied to the citizens. Therefore, what you pass has no weight. If you do not start, all of you who run as imposters, Manchurian candidates, have to admit who ran as a Democrat, who was not a Democrat. Furthermore, if your Democrats no, your time is 5 minutes. Furthermore, if you are Democrats,
3 minutes.
no, that's you pass. You don't have any standing because you lied to people about how you got in. You lied to me about your father being a Democratic lawyer involved in Washington County politics, and I found out he's a Republican lawyer. Why would you lie to me in the eye?
I'm going to call a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, go ahead. You're going to call 10 of them in the row.
We're taking a 5-minute.
You're giving a gavel also. I heard you're ordering a gavel, Will. You're going to start gaveling people down?
I move that we have a 5-minute recess.
I move make it 10. Go take a breather.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
And I'm going to start calling you the puppet master. You're not a supervisor, you're a puppet master.
I don't think we have to have a motion to come back from the recess, do we?
But by the way, Will, I know the chef. Try calling and have me removed. Go right ahead for it.
All right, so we're going to proceed with the consent agenda. Is someone prepared to move the
I
consent
think
agenda?
that there's still
We
public.
still have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was it. All right, please call the next.
We have Paula G. followed by Jillian. Paula, go ahead.
I have to go to another room because of you guys.
She must have cats.
It hurts too.
Paula, would you like to comment?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Paula.
Yeah, the volume, I can barely hear you all.
This is your time to comment, Paula.
Can't hear you.
Yes, can you hear me? Because you all are very muted.
It's your
And
computer.
anyway, I'll make my comment and hopefully you can hear me because I can barely hear the board.
We hear
It's
you well,
interesting about the
Paula.
comment about Miss Courteau because I actually have been Googling her to see what her qualifications are because during the planning commission and it's the density where they want to fill in the break groves or whatever. And a few of her other votes for yes on ecological areas so that developers can have a lot more density and cut down that many trees just because they're going to plant some trees. Doesn't sound like somebody who has a master's in ecology. But anyway, and I've also noticed, I knew that she probably had a family illness or something. However, she's more than once asked to vote after everybody else votes. I think both on the planning commission and on the board. And that's not appropriate. And she shouldn't ask for a recess so she can go confer with a colleague. Maybe she was just needing some emotional support. But she seems to be easily ruffled and need to take a break. And so I do wonder maybe if she has too many other family obligations to be on the board. And then secondly, this event barn thing, I couldn't really hear that video, but I still go that the Heron Farms, they don't have a viable crop. And until they do, that's when they should reapply for their business plan, because once that zoning is changed, and that's the planning commission again, they can sell it, they can do whatever they want, it can become whatever it wants, and it seems like we have problems that have not been resolved. And Doug Lewan said, oh, we've just known about it 3 years in the planning commission. Well, Doug Lewan has known about that problem for much longer, and so did Mr. Kelly, who was our last administrator. And thirdly, I want to say I watched the budget and financing, and I think Mr. Rowley has a better handle on what the township needs to do to modernize and be able to get the township where they don't need to hire outside consulting and be on time with the budget. And it seems like the general fund is being rated a lot.
Thank you, Paula.
All right, thank you very much. Hopefully I can hear you better. I'm not sure why I cannot. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Paula. Next is Jillian K., followed by Stephen Feinberg. Jillian, you can go ahead. Jillian, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. It said to unmute. I did, and then it said I was muted. Strange. You know, listening to Abby and other residents, you know, what Abby said about Jack Knowles, that kind of strikes home for me. I did a lot of FOIA research, and I found emails where he was, this is on his own Scio, you know, Township email, campaigning against me to others. And recently I was a resident had sent me an email that they had an email exchange. I'm not going to say who was involved with this, but this was after he told her husband to basically tell his little lady to be quiet. So anyways, I'm just going to read part of this. Looking from the outside, this is Jack, looking from the outside in, residents looking into the workings in Township Hall, you just don't always see reality. We know that. I worked in that system for 4 years, firsthand, deep in the trenches, and simply put, when Jessica came on board, things took a major turn for the worse. And the business of running the township in an efficient, logical, professional manner ended. Okay. Jess is a smart, very capable woman and handles the position of being clerk very well. I'm glad to elaborate on the other side of the coin, but will not do so in writing. Glad to meet to discuss if you care to. With regard to Will, I'll be the first to say that he is far from perfect and has a lot to learn, both about being a supervisor and about township leadership. I did encourage him to run, as the only other person to file at that time was Jillian Carey. I did not want to see that happen, as I had firsthand experience with her and her ways, often illegal, of trying to accomplish what she wants. Okay, I have never done anything illegal, and I don't know what to accomplish what she wants. What I want is transparency. I want our local government to work for residents in our community, so we're all involved together. You are working for us. Will was willing to step up and take on the challenge. Had David Reed been smarter and ran for supervisor instead of treasurer, where he didn't stand a chance, he could have been in that seat. I'm sure he wishes he had done things differently. As I said, glad to meet and discuss, Jack. So, this is really interesting. The reason why that Patrick got the seat is because there's people working behind the scenes, belittling others that are actually trying to do something with intent and integrity. But no, we're the bad guys for looking into the workings of the township and the things that are going on that are secret, violation after violation, not doing your statutory duties, breaking the Open Meetings Act, 15 times? But we're the bad guys. And now we're being pointed out as not having the best interest of the township.
Thank you, Jillian. Your time's up.
Yes, it is.
4 minutes.
And yours will be too.
Thank you. Next up is Stephen Feinberg, followed
Hold
by
up, the
Ian
Feinberg.
Streeter. Stephen, you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Steve Feinberg, Scio Township, I would like to donate my 3 minutes to Abby because I think he has a lot of important information to say. Abby, please go ahead.
So
Happy.
AG's office has not said that.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
Yes, I have. I'll get you the government operations. You
You
can
can
talk.
find me the opinion, and I'd be happy to read it.
Yeah. It's not, go ahead and call him.
Next up is Ann Streeter.
Ann Streeter.
Hi, this is Ian Streeter at 7869 Scio Church Road. I live right across from the Tea Party Barns on Scio Church. And I just want to comment about the video you saw tonight. You saw it in the room, but the people on Zoom couldn't see it. I just want to let you know that. But I want to let you know that I witnessed that altercation that day that Ed came over to Jamie's, as I was in the backyard, and then the yelling was going on. Ed came over because of the motorcycles that were being run back behind our house and saying that they were too loud, and he had a ceremony going on, and he wanted it to be quiet. He wasn't nice about it. He was yelling and screaming at Jamie. Ed also wanted to fight Jamie over this whole incident and was trying to get Jamie to fight with him because he used to be a wrestler, I guess. So I just want to let you know that I witnessed this incident and it was not a good incident on Ed's part. So him coming to Jamie's property and telling Jamie that he had to keep quiet on his own property. And we're neighbors here, you know, and he's a business and it doesn't belong like that. That's not a good relationship. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Cody. Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle Cody on Stein Road. I am more than appalled, and I've used that word every time I've spoken pretty much, at what I perceive to be and hear and see with my own eyes and ears, the disrespect that is tossed about to anyone who desires to speak that is a community activist. And there are many intelligent, wonderful people speaking on behalf of many silent, wonderful, intelligent people who wish to see Scio Township remain the beautiful pastoral place it was when I bought my property 35 years ago. Quiet, respectful, neighborly, and not a charter township, not a development full of subdivisions that Ann Arbor is amoeba-like pushing outwards. And I'm saddened that 5 minutes is reduced to 3 minutes. And then there's a token, April 4th, I believe is the date, township discussion group or something, but to no avail when recesses are called for the minions to say, oh, please, how should we vote? And with a cabal or a group that is always with two people on one side and the rest on the other, or three sometimes, it saddens me that yes, legal action will have to be taken and voters will have to step up and vote. And I see we're hostage until such changes can be made this fall on one seat and more in the future. So I wish that our township would, to me, the trails that are being put in are just things that are great selling points for subdivision in the future to say, oh, look, we're hooked up to rails to trails or whatever you want to call it. And oh, you can ride your bike on this little trail amid all these subdivisions. So please keep our township rural, not overdeveloped like everything else seems to be. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more comments.
In that case, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is someone ready to move the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Flintoff. Support by Jerome. Before we vote, I would like to ask Steve Witgowski to, if he could join us for a moment. Bring Steve in. Steve, are you with us?
I am.
Okay, Steve, I was going to offer you the opportunity to read aloud the resolution honoring Sean Slane. Are you ready to do that?
I am. I'm trying. There we go. Okay. Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone. Sean Slane will be retiring on March 31st. And for those of you who know Sean, she has a large personality and she'll be sorely missed. She's done a great job for the township. So I'd like to read this resolution on behalf of the staff. And and you, the board. And here we go. So whereas Sean Slane has devoted her time, energy, efforts, and talents to the Township of Scio for 17 years. And whereas Sean Slane has provided outstanding customer service to the township utilities customers, routinely going above and beyond, providing information and compassion. And whereas Sean Slane has been an invaluable contributor to the utilities department, sharing her knowledge, skills, and abilities with her coworkers. And whereas Sean Slane has gained the respect and friendship of her coworkers in the Scio Township offices with her positive team-first attitude and infectious laugh. And whereas Sean Slane has a strong commitment to public service and places a high priority on customer service. And whereas Sean Slane will enjoy more time with her husband, family, and pets. And whereas Sean Slane will continue to scour the woods as a mushroom gatherer par excellence. And whereas Sean Slane will be found on a lake somewhere enjoying various water activities. And whereas Sean Slane will be sadly missed by all her coworkers. And whereas it is appropriate at this time to highlight Sean Slane's many achievements and contributions and to extend to her special recognition and commendation for a job well done, as she has dedicated many years of her professional life to the service of others in Scio Township. Now therefore be it resolved that the Township of Scio Board of Trustees does hereby extend its deep gratitude and appreciation and commend Sean Slane for her 17 years of dedication, unselfish services to the Township of Scio and its citizens, and wishes her good health and happiness in retirement.
All right, thank you, Sean.
Thank you, thanks, Steve. All those in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Consent agenda is approved or adopted. That brings us to, let me see, we moved reports. That brings us to our public hearing, I believe.
Correct.
So I'd like to introduce this is the public hearing that was scheduled for today and published, the notification was published in advance. This is on the fiscal year ending 2023 budget. And I call the hearing to order at 8 o'clock. And I'd like to begin with the presentation by our Deputy Treasurer, Sandy Egler. Sandy has prepared the budget, working together with basically everyone in the township, but Sandy is the primary author and is here tonight to sort of lead us through some of the key provisions and available to answer questions. And then we will invite people who would like, members of the public who would like to comment, each to come up and speak for up to 5 minutes per speaker during the public hearing. So Sandy, please introduce us to the budget.
Thank you, Will. First, I'd like to say that I have a bachelor's degree in accounting. I have over 33 years of municipal accounting experience, of which over 30 of them is here at Scio Township. This budget, I'm going to disagree with Will. It's not my crafting. This is the culmination of sources all around the township, both elected employees and volunteers. I simply pulled it all together and filled in any holes that needed to be filled in. The Scio Township's budget is made up of multiple funds. The largest operating fund is the general fund. All municipal governments in the state of Michigan must have a general fund. Pretty much all other funds are optional depending on your activities. What I would like to point out in the general fund is that there are several items that are would be considered a one-time expense, which one is the anticipated purchase of some land, one is a repair of some culverts. It is in the proposed budget to hire some outside accounting professionals. These are all one-time hits. The rest of the fund is operating in the red. And the general fund has a healthy fund balance, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that in the not too distant future, some decisions will have to be made to make that back in the black. The next major fund of the township is the fire fund. This fund was created when the voters approved a fire millage. Last year, the board authorized some much-needed repairs to the fire station house. That put that fund in a negative fund balance. So operating-wise, they must stay in the black until their fund balance is returned to the black. The next blooming major fund is the brand-new Parks and Pathways. This too was based on voter initiative. It is a fund that is brand new to the world, and all of the volunteers are trying to make their way and figure it out, which is to be expected. And I think they've pulled together a reasonable list of projects to move forward to next year. We also have the bus fund. This is not a major fund, but it is also created through a voter approval millage. It is holding its own, and I don't see any issues there. The next group of funds are either special revenue funds or special assessment funds. The special revenue funds that I would like to touch on is land preservation. This has been, established for many years now, and they are still in the black and operating well. The other special revenue fund I would like to touch on is the Public Improvement Fund, which is 245. This fund has two purposes. The first purpose is to account for the state right-of-way funds that we receive. And the state has their rules and regulations on what those funds can be used for, which is only right-of-way activities. The other purpose of this fund is the boulevard maintenance. The money came from when the DDA did the various phases of the boulevard, when they would have to be buying easements. There were some properties they had to do a total take. Once the easement, the road commission took the amount of easement they needed, they sold the rest of the parcel to a neighboring parcel, and they donated the money back to the township to be used exclusively for boulevard maintenance. That money is estimated to last about another 6 or 7 years with current spending. And at that time, if there's not a funding source to continue maintaining the boulevard ourselves, maintenance would revert to the road commission, and they would mow it twice a year. The only other major funds left is water and sewer. Their purpose is in their name, and I don't think I need to elaborate on that. Those funds also have been operating in the red, and I know that there has been, some motions passed to raise rates to help stop that flow in the wrong direction. And more rate increases will be necessary going forward until those funds are then operating annually in the black. At that, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for the deputy treasurer?
Is there going to be an opportunity later to ask questions?
I mean, after the public hearing?
Yes.
If Sandy
During our
can,
discussion.
yeah, if Sandy can stay till we have the discussion time, then yes. But it depends, I would think on when we get there. I will announce later the special meeting on the 29th, and I would invite the deputy treasurer to join us for that meeting as well, to deal with the budget at that time as well. So,
At this point, I am anticipating staying for the discussion part of the agenda.
all right, if there are no other questions at this time, thank you, Amy. Are there members of the public who would like to speak during the public hearing on the fiscal year ending 2023 budget?
Hi, Kathleen Grant, Scio resident. First, I want to let everyone know that the budget document is not readable in the agenda packet. I sent an email to Will on this yesterday about 4 p.m. To date, I have not received a response. So I pointed out that there are a number of pages that are blank. Now, trying to read this, I don't know if they're supposed to be blank. There are a number of pages that it looks like columns are cut off and pushed forward to other pages, and you can't interpret them. And this is probably roughly almost half of the document. So I did point this out. I have not received a response. I wish I would have, so you could tell me if you're going to do any action on this today, because I haven't been able to read the whole thing, and I like to do that. Next, I want to talk about, this is partly related to the financial staffing. We just had a Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and I want to note that Patrick and Alec were not at that meeting. And the budget discussion was one of the agenda items. So I was here. I could see the participants, unless you were attending as resident number 101 or from phone number 734-276-3431, you weren't in that meeting, and I was very disappointed to see that you weren't participating. I did note that Kathy Knoll and Jackie Cortot attended, and I appreciate that. And then I want to talk about Patrick, at the last BOT meeting regarding the proposal for financial staff, you wanted that to be reviewed in the Budget and Finance meeting first, which I didn't understand that, why you need to. But since that's what you wanted and that was the basis for voting not to review that at the last meeting, I'm really disappointed that you failed to attend that meeting, because that was your opportunity to talk about the staffing. And so I don't think you're prepared for the discussions on budget or the staffing models, but that's strictly my opinion. So I am disappointed in this process. I haven't been given the opportunity to review all the materials. Some of the board members haven't been able to review all the materials. Some of the board members haven't taken advantage of the opportunity to get a recap of the budget that Sandy Egler gave at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. So I encourage you to do your homework for the next session. Thank you.
If I could respond to that.
We may have time for responses at the end.
Okay.
But we'd like to proceed with public comments during the public hearing. If there are others present in the room who would like to comment during the public hearing,
Right here.
well, come up to the table.
Oh, thank you. So, well, what I have come to believe, when you send me the text and say you're looking forward to working with me, I never told you I was going to sign up to limit the people's comments to run a bunch of people like puppets. I don't know where you got the idea that I would ever support you or anybody else in that. Repeatedly, I corrected you and I said I don't support an individual, I support an issue. If an individual lines up with my moral and legal compass, then I support them. Kathleen Brandt, as a member of public, even though you have contempt for, has a right to read the documents. She sent you an email yesterday telling you there's a bunch of these documents which are missing. You have a public hearing today. Why didn't you fix it? Why didn't you respond to her? Why such a contempt for members of public? You are not holding the king's court here. We do not elect Putin or Trump. We got rid of them. See, the other side of Trump is Putin, who now invades the country and kills a bunch of innocent people. It is not. Democracy dies a little bit at a time. It doesn't die all at once. The contempt of the people who become from elected officials, the rulers first, then they feel that when they look in the mirror, they see a crown on their head and a scepter under their arm. My friend, I'm here to tell you, those of you who ran as imposter Democrats, unless you identify yourself and apologize to the voters, I'm going to expose all of you. And also, if you're Democrats in the motive of Christine Sinema and Joe Manchin, we don't want you either. Leave our party. Go to the Republican Party. Unfortunately, the Republican Party, who now centers John McCain and Cindy McCain and takes a Dixiecrat, Democrat who is a Trump who is a Dixiecrat, a bigoted Democrat, and puts it in charge of the party of Lincoln. So, if those people who ran as so-called Democrats, who are not, you perpetrated a fraud onto the citizens. So if you get in under false pretenses because you lie to us and we don't know who we are voting for, it would be equal to me to go into West Bloomfield and claiming I'm a Republican, lying to them, when I'm very progressive. The rules that you pass has no weight because that's perpetrating a fraud. If the foundation is crooked, like the Tower of Pisa in Italy, you see, it went up crooked because the first brick was put crooked. You guys need to come clean. So the people, this is a progressive township. This game is going on all over the country. I just spoke to my friend in St. Augustine, Florida. Said that the Republicans, they're trying to take over all the townships which are progressive who have money. To what end, we don't know yet, but we are here to stop you. We are here to say enough is enough. That you are here to act as elected officials under the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan, responsible to everybody, those who voted for you and those who didn't vote for you, not having the contempt. Why be such an elitist? Why stop your nose at the public? So here is how I'm going to go. Supervisor Hathaway, I honestly think that I'm going to start calling you the puppet master. First Amendment protected speech. Palmer, I like Ms. Palmer. She's a kind person. However, she was co-opted to run as a Democrat. And she has told me, anybody who knows me knows I'm not a Democrat. Why didn't you run as a McCain Republican? I voted for John McCain. When it came down to it between, even though I had reservation about Sarah Palin, as a progressive Democrat, I voted for McCain because he had integrity. Even though I liked Obama. We need two good parties and good people on both parties. A single party will turn into a dictatorship. There is nothing wrong with you coming up and saying, I'm a progressive Republican who want to hold people accountable, physically conservative. There is enough of us who will support you. You don't need to be co-opted and run as something that you are not. Now, next. Jessica Flintoff. Jessica, by all accounts, she's a young lady who cares about the people's rights. I saw an epic fight last time with Jessica and with Trustee Noel, trying to expand our rights, and the rest of it trying to contract it. 5 minutes, no 3 minutes. 5 minutes, no 3 minutes. Epic fight. So, because she is passionate, although you may disagree with her, that's fine. But she's here to do the best she can for public. Those of you who tell me, and I've heard, that she's a gay. Oh, we don't want to. Oh, she wants that one. She wants Kathleen Brandt because she's gay. Guess what? We don't have a state religion. In my home country of Iran, they execute 14-year-old kids for being gay.
Thank you, Abby.
They hang them from the construction equipment. Jessica has done nothing wrong, opposing her under the disguise and pretense of something else, when truthfully you guys have a moral objection. As someone who is married to an Irish Catholic, let me tell you, to all my Catholic friends, go clean your house first. Catholic Church was the biggest offender of pedophilia. 85% of the men who raped little boys were heterosexual.
Thank you, Abby, your time is up.
What? That's according to you, Will. As I said, you got in as Manchurian candidates, so what you passed.
Abby, we don't want them to do another break because we want to get out.
Well, I like him to do many
No,
lyrics.
no,
Okay, all right, as all of respect for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's another segment.
Thank you. Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. You know, one of the things that I noticed at the Budget and Finance meeting was that Administrator Rowley doesn't have a dog in this fight.
Exactly.
He's an outsider who's come in, who is able to look at everything from an outsider's eye. And that's really, really important. And I thought he had some good comments, and it was a very, very well-run meeting. I would hope that you will all take his advice when it comes to this budget. You have a gem. Don't mess it up. Thank you.
They already messed it up from the minute they lied to the citizens.
Any other speakers during the public hearing on the budget? Are there any remote participants who would like to comment during the public
There
hearing?
are. We have Paula G. followed by Jonathan Greenberg. Paula, you can go ahead. Paula, are you there?
Paula G.
We can hear you.
Yes, okay, great. Yeah, I really like, I thought it was a very well-run budget and finance meeting. And I like that the fact that Mr. Rowley actually played moderator. So when Mr. Hathaway was stuck on a point with Clerk Flintoff, I think he actually should be, it's too bad, but be the moderator many times because he seems to get to the issues. But I was really concerned about the general fund and how much money, even though it's a millage and we're getting this federal money going into the parks and pathways. And then you got to look at what are we going to do in the future here? We got this recession on the way. Who knows if we're going to get up to $7 for gasoline. And I don't think people are going to be voting for a lot of these villages if we go into a 1974, beginning of the 80s situation that lasted that long. And so I'm concerned when they couldn't put up a light on Zeeb Road, the Washtenaw Road Committee, or fix the general county roads that these suggested make the different neighborhoods play for a road sad so we can further develop, fill in high density, chop down all these trees. The other plan down there in Baker near the Heron Hookery, Rookery rather, Jackie Cortez said something like, well, we can okay it with, they'll write up some letter of understanding. And I think Mr. Raleigh will bring some, and I'm hoping the rest of the board, less loosey-goosey. Because if this Gelman, if more people, and there's artesian wells back there over on Miller and Wagner area where the dioxin actually bubbles out. And I just go, well, what are you going to be doing for all the people that are on wells? I don't know what the breakdown is, but I think more people, even though our water here is more expensive than California, and that's pretty amazing, and it's going to go up. And I also don't think the developers are paying enough towards these pump stations. I don't know, that pump failure, I think they said it was 70,000 or it was a lot. Whatever, thousands and thousands of dollars to emergency fix that. And so I really think if you hired an administrator, we should use his recommendations. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Jonathan Greenberg. Jonathan, you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Trustee Corto, earlier I made comments about your absence tonight, and I do want to welcome you and say I thought you were absent, but it turns out you were just late. So my apologies for ticking you off for absent.
Is there anyone else?
Wait, not done yet.
Oh.
Okay, now I am.
Okay, there are no more comments.
No more comments? Okay, in that case.
Well, I had asked to respond.
Sure, if you'd like an opportunity to respond to that comment, that's fine.
Yeah, Kathleen Durant made a comment about the materials, the budget packet materials having blank pages and incomplete pages. I had also contacted you this morning about that. And I was not able to fully read everything. I documented the pages. I told you what was missing from each page. You referred me to Sandy. Sandy sent me a new budget PDF. I asked Christy to print it out, which she did. This new one contains the same blank pages. And I mean, we can sit down and go through this page by page, but I can't put all of this together. It doesn't make sense. I talked to David Rowley about it late in the afternoon. So I think we have a problem here with the materials that were distributed to the board.
Are there other comments? I will respond. My understanding is that we had a formatting issue when we tried to transfer the document. That's part of what people were encountering. The effort was made to create a PDF to do it sort of so that all the pages would be intact and they wouldn't spill over. And that effort didn't work.
Didn't work.
So what we wound up having to do is to create a PDF from an Excel spreadsheet, and I think in the moving of in that conversion and then moving it over to, especially to printing, that we've run into some problems with formatting. It is possible to line up the pages so that they make sense. I'm sorry that some folks are encountering more difficulty sort of fitting the information together than others, but all the information is there, and my referral of you to the Deputy Treasurer was because I was in the middle of working on something and I could not respond in that moment to your email when I saw it. The kind of response that you were looking for, and so I referred you to the Deputy Treasurer in the hopes that she would be able to help you with sorting out the pages that you were having difficulty with.
Okay, and all due respect here, you said in your response to me that I was confused.
I said I believe what I said, certainly what I intended to say, in referring you to the Deputy Treasurer, is that I hope that she could help, that you were experiencing some confusion, which I think that's a fair description of what you had relayed to me with trying to sort out the pages and the information, and that I hope that she could help you with that. If you felt that that was pejorative, I apologize, but that's what I felt you had sort of presented to me and what I was trying to relay to the person who I thought might be able to help you.
what I was presenting to you was a complicated situation and a sloppy job with putting all this together, because I can't make anything of it. Now, maybe Sandy can show me and align the pages and tape pages together, and that might work. But I'm just saying, there's a problem here, and I did articulate this to David also.
Well, Trustee Knoll, I'm sorry that you had difficulty with the document.
I had problems.
I'm sorry that anyone had difficulty with the document. I don't know that it's warranted to call it sloppy. I'm not going to judge you for anything about your performance in this situation. And if my description of your situation as being, is including confusion, felt pejorative to you, I've already apologized. Sorry again. Are there other comments? Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, Sandy, thank you for all your work on the budget. I know you've pulled it together. We're asked to pull it together pretty quickly, and did a good job of meeting with everybody, and David for jumping in and helping with all the department heads as well. I would say, in terms of materials, if we are to get this budget adopted in the next week, I think there's at minimum a couple pieces of information we'd need, Will. So I would say at minimum, there's 4 documents that we would need for our special meeting. One, and you can base it on the resolutions we used last year. One, there's a resolution to adopt budget amendments so that we have clear what, because the column in the budget amendment is the sum of the amendments we've already done, not the amendments we need to do, but a resolution that just says, hey, we're adopting, these amendments and those funds. And then secondly, a resolution to actually adopt the budget. And you can just look at resolution 2110 and 2111 as a template. And then of course the budget document, the spreadsheet. And then we need to settle on what we did last year, which I think was a very good step forward and I want to continue, is to incorporate a list of authorized positions as part of our budget. So I see you included the current list of what we have, but that spreadsheet then would be incorporated too. So it'd really be those 4 things: the resolution with the budget amendment, resolution to adopt the budget, and the list of authorized positions. Last year, we did go through an exercise of doing, budget amendments, during the meeting. If there were additional things, I think we had some like interns or just different things that had come to mind. I don't anticipate we'll have that this year, but for me to be able to act on the budget, I think we could pull those things together pretty quickly and it would give us a complete budget for this year.
Are there other comments?
Will?
Oh, sorry, Trustee Jones.
I just had some general comments about the budget, and I also found it somewhat difficult to navigate, but even that being aside, just some of the areas of concern for me, I think some of the public has mentioned it, just wondering about the health of the water fund and being in the red, essentially about $500,000, and how the township was going to be addressing that. Some concern about the general drawdown of the general fund. I know there's some one-time costs in that I sort of calculated about $600,000, but it's a 1.3 draw in the red. So that concerns me in terms of the long-term trend and how would we'd be addressing that. I did want to spend a minute on the efforts of the Parks Millage and we work very hard with Sandy, and yes, it is a group, the parks, the TAP, we're all relatively new to this new budget process. So, and we're also extremely early in the developmental stages of a parks area department as well as paths. These are something that we've just created a millage, we're just moving forward on it. We have sort of a smaller setup, but we're envisioning to actually use the funds that we've already expended on preserves and parks to create access to them. So I did want to just make a note that there was a sincere effort by those groups, and they worked very hard to try to come up with what they felt were fair numbers working towards into the future without being excessive. But that is, there is, with having very little, it somewhat takes, there's some development in terms of what they think they're going to do. It's not an absolute science. We only have 1 year of funding prior to that, and quite honestly, it was very minimal in the year prior to that. So I just wanted to make that note. And then I have some concerns about some of the other funds that need to be right-sized, that are quote unquote in the red. And I know we're going to get further explanation potentially. I know Sandy stepped out, and obviously we're going to spend some more time reviewing these documents, but I did just want to mention those as being areas to highlight, potentially review prior to a subsequent meeting.
And I should have clarified that his comments sort of at the public hearing point, we do have a discussion item later in the agenda on the budget. So if people want to talk further about elements of the budget, we can do so at that time. With that, I'd like to close the public hearing at 8:30. And that brings us, I believe, to our we've reordered things a little bit, unfinished business. So that would be, I think, item J1, which is the possible action on the authorization of temporary township finance officer staff contracts. And I will turn to our township administrator to introduce this agenda item.
And David, is there anybody you'd like Terry to bring in?
Yes, my understanding is both representatives of Raymond are present.
I don't know their names.
Oh, okay. Nathan and Bill Burke. And Nathan, I apologize, I don't have his last name up top of my head. All right, so to the members of the Board of Trustees, we've talked about this proposal in one way, shape, or form individually. I've spoken to each one of you at least once on this issue. I've spoken to other members of the board multiple times on this issue over the last couple of months. This originally started in January, the base, but enough. That's not really the point. The point here is that I hope you have had the opportunity to read through this, because this is not about where Scio was. This is about where Scio is going to be. And what I want to be very clear here, so I'm going to read you one paragraph out of this, because I'm certainly not going to read this document to you, but I do want to read one section out of this, is that clearly the general law township of Scio of 5, 10, 15, or 20 years ago is not the general law township of Scio today. The outside world of Scio has changed. However, the internal workings of Scio has not in many respects. Scio is no longer the same limited general law township that it once was. It has grown to a point where its $1.49 billion taxable value dwarfs many other local units of government with substantially larger populations. The size of the general fund revenue is equal to some small cities across the state, while the same size of revenue is double and even triple many other general law townships. Scio can no longer afford to do business with the mindset of this is the way we've always done it. We cannot continue to use the same past practice and procedures and then expect different results. Now, this is not criticizing Scio of the past in any way. Scio has changed. It is not the responsibility of this board for today's situation. You didn't create this. You inherited this because of a variety of circumstances, and good or bad, right or wrong, this is the Board of Trustees that has to make the decision on how we're going to move forward. This situation is many years in the making, it's many boards in the making, it's many circumstances in the making, one of which was COVID. COVID caused
I'm all right, whatever the word is. Pardon me. It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. Havoc, that's the word I want, havoc, across everywhere. And that's not our fault, but we can't just continue to say that that's the blame, okay? We need to move on, and we need to do better than what we have been. I have had the opportunity to speak with our township attorneys, both of them. I have had the opportunity to speak with our auditor. I wanted to make sure that the information I was presenting to you was as sound legally as it was financially. What I can say to you is you are hearing information on the budget. You're hearing about some funds that are in the red. This is not the fault of the department heads. It's not the fault of the deputy treasurer who's putting the information together. It's the fault, quite frankly, of Scio Township itself. Scio Township does not plan and has not planned. It has not planned for several years. This is why your funds are in the shape that they are. There are no long-term goals. There are no short-term goals. We, as an organization, have reacted year after year after year after year. We need to do better than what we are. This is what this proposal is all about. We're not criticizing our staff internally. We have very, very good people, but extremely limited support capacity. I want to read one thing to you. This is out of the Accounting Procedures Manual for Local Units of Government from the state of Michigan. It is dated 2007, but Treasury has said this is still the current version. One of the things I want you to be very, very clear on as a board when you're making your determination is the idea of internal controls and checks and balances. This is quoted directly from the manual. Internal controls rely on the principle of checks and balances in the workplace. Duties must be segregated among different people to reduce the risk of error or misappropriation. No one person should have control over all aspects of the financial transactions. An individual is not to have responsibility for more than one of the three transaction components: authorization, custody, and record keeping. When the work of one employee is checked by another, and when responsibility for the custody of the assets is segregated from the record keeping related to that asset, there is an appropriate segregation of duties. Why is this important? Because we've never done that in the past. I spoke with the auditor. What our problem is that if you read the audit report that the auditors prepared last October, and if you've not done so, I encourage you to do so. They account for deficiencies in our accounting. They recognize issues, one of which is internal controls. Another one of which is we are on our second year for an extension with the state of Michigan. It doesn't matter why we have the extension with the state of Michigan. If we continue down that road, it is the opinion of the auditor, what he expressed to me, was that it could. He did not say it would, but it is a possibility that it could impact our bond rating. And if you impact your bond rating, then you impact the ability to go forward in larger financial programs and larger financial projects. It's the same thing. You miss your mortgage payments, you get dinged on your credit report. It's the exact same thing. If we do not do something, we run the risk of lowering our bond rating through lack of internal controls. And bond attorneys, no disrespect to the attorneys, but bond attorneys are not that forgiving when they're coming to reviewing some of these documents and reviewing some of your procedures and some of those recommendations. So the auditor was very clear to me. It's not definite, it's not an absolute fact, but it is a strong possibility that if we do nothing on this, we could be impacting our procedures going forward, our bond procedures going forward, and our bond rating going forward. So my proposal is, in short term, we went through a process. We solicited bids. We got 2 bids. The representatives of Raymond are here, I believe, online, and are prepared to discuss the proposal. Raymond is a very reputable firm. It is a very professional firm and can help us get established. The last couple of points here is, number one, we do not have the chart of accounts in place. That is the first step when you read this manual. That is the first step that it tells you to do. You must have the State of Michigan Chart of Accounts in place. We do not. Scio was issued instructions in 2017 to do this, along with everybody else in the state of Michigan. State of Michigan has extended the deadlines twice. We took advantage of that, but 1 year from today, or 1 year from now, the end of next fiscal year, we must be in compliance. Otherwise, we have another check mark against us that we're not in compliance with the Chart of Accounts. We need to have that going forward so that we can bring these things together. Does this proposal cost a lot of money? Yes, it does. Absolutely, 100% it does. The professionals that we're talking about with Raymond and Plant Moran do not come cheap. And that is certainly, again, that is not criticism of anybody who has ever worked in finance in Scio Township. But we are in a position where we need more outside support than we have internal capacity to provide. And that is what the proposal is trying to do, to get us into a solid financial footing so that we can move forward with solid financial planning. One of the first things I'm going to ask you, the Board of Trustees, is to have a goal-setting session in April for the next fiscal year. We do not know where we are going as an organization. We need that. Scio has not done that in years. I'm told that it was done many years ago, but it has not been done in years. That's part of your financial, picture, and that's part of your financial problem. So with that, our representatives, yes, please. Question, or our representatives from Raymond, if you have comments, if I may, invite them in.
Are you done introducing, or did you want to allow them time to speak?
I would like to allow them time to speak, if I may.
Sure.
And I just wanted to clarify one thing.
Sure.
That the proposal, you said you got 2 bids, but they are complementary bids?
Yes.
And it is a 3 to 6 month short-term
Correct.
proposal, to give you some breathing room to actually figure out the staffing plan that we need long-term.
Well, also get us into the next fiscal year to lay the foundation for for addressing many of the issues that you're seeing right now with the current state of the budget.
Yes.
Because of how we do things here.
Yes, and I would also just note to my colleagues to please compare the costs, actual costs, compared to our staffing costs, and you'll see that there's not so much difference.
Whom would you like to invite in first?
Bill, are you there? Nate?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for having us. My name is Bill Burke. I am the Director of Client Services and Business Development for Raymond. So one of the things that we thought we might do here, just very quickly, not knowing the board's familiarity with Raymond in general, I thought I'd just give you a very quick overhead of who we are and what we do. We are a Michigan-based company. We've been in business for over 80 years now, started in Saginaw, Michigan. We've got just shy of 20 offices throughout Michigan, Ohio, and Florida. We employ nearly 900 people, and about 150 of those being principals. Work in many different service lines. Your traditional CPA, tax advisory, assurance, solutions, consulting, wealth management, but do quite a bit more in the way of from a consulting and from a solutions, or what some people might call an outsourcing standpoint, is where I think the firm shines. We work with dozens and dozens of different industries, but the public sector is one of our largest and most robust service lines. So just wanted to make sure that the board and was familiar with who we are, kind of what we do. And then of course, Nate Balderman is one of our principals that leads up our public sector team. He's on the line as well, and so I'll let him introduce himself and tell you about his background, but I wanted to make sure that he was available for you for any questions that you may have with the discussion around this agenda item.
Thank you, Bill. And just for a quick introduction of myself, Nate Balderman, I have been working with Raymond almost exclusively for the past over 25 years now. My focus has solely been in the public sector. It's something that from the start of my career, I started working on government nonprofits and have done that throughout. I did have a stint as a finance director at a county within the state, but I also, but I've been doing audits. I've been doing other, work with governments as well from the solution standpoint. When we talk about our public sector as a whole, just to highlight a little bit, as a firm, we had invested over 125,000 hours last year into the public sector, to the work that we've done for public sector clients. We have various levels of clients, various sizes. Our work was primarily in the state of Michigan, but we also do some work in Ohio and Florida. But within the state, we work with various townships, counties, other municipalities in various aspects. Not only from the audit perspective, but the accounting solutions. We also do human resource consulting with clients and outsourcing, as well as looking at technology, wealth management. So it's a well-rounded group. And that's also something to look at when you're contracting with a firm like Raymond, is you have access to all of that. We have a primary purpose that we're working with when you're working with us, and you have somebody, a main point of contact, a main person that you'll be seeing, but you also have that group that supports it. So, that's important because the expertise that we have throughout, it's something that will help as you're trying to identify how you want to move forward as a township on a long-term basis as well.
Make another remark?
Sure.
All right. One other thing that I would say, or a couple other things, is that with the Budget and Finance Committee going forward, there will be recommendations to the committee for review and consideration that will eventually come to the board itself on how we can move forward with a long-term goal of resolving some of these problems. And one of the reasons why I think it's very important that we employ the resources of Raymond at this time is that how I've seen Scio. Now I've got here, I arrived here in December, so I've been here 4 months. So this is my observation of what I've seen, how things have been done traditionally, at least the last few years. We adopt a budget as of the fiscal year of April 1 and we're going to do that here just in the next week or so. But we adopt the budget, and then as we go through the year, we spend money as we spend down that budget. The various accounts are all in various states of current status, I'll say it that way. I cannot go into the general fund and look at all departments and see exactly where they are. I had the opportunity when I worked in the city for over 20 years that on any given day, I could go into the software, the same software that we use, and call up that program and see what the beginning budget was, see what I had spent to date, and see how much of that budget had been expended, 10%, 100%, 30%, whatever it was, and exactly what all of those expenditures were for. And then I knew how to plan for the rest of the year if I had not had some expenditures, or if I had some unforeseen things, could I shift funds around? We do not do it that way. We look at that budget in April. We do some work throughout the rest of the year, but generally we look at the budget again here in March at the end of the year, and then we compare what is the ending number to the beginning number. Hopefully those funds accounts are still in surplus. As you're seeing, some of them are not. And that's because we do not have a long-term plan. We don't have a short-term plan. Let's just cut to the chase. We don't have any plan. We don't have any plan. We spend money because we have it. We spend money because we have it. And quite frankly, Scio Township lives off its fund balance. You lived off your fund balance. You are fortunate, as I said, you are a township, Scio, with a $1.5 billion tax base. It's the only reason your doors are still open. If this was a normal general law township, you would have been bankrupt a long time ago. Now, if that sounds harsh, I'm sorry, but you've asked for my professional opinion and I'm giving it. You need additional financial staff. You need the short-term proposal. You need it now. Raymond is an excellent opportunity. I have spoken, as I said, to many officials. I have not spoken to Mike specifically about Raymond, but I did speak to Jim Fink, our other attorney, about Raymond, and he is well familiar with it, with the corporation, and had excellent things to say about their quality and their reputation. As I say, does it cost money to do it? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But this is a short-term solution to get us where we need to be so that we can be solvent inside this organization with a full budget proposal, vetted through Budget and Finance, brought to you, and we start the budget process in May. We start the budget process in May. Budgeting is not a once-a-year thing. It is something that you do every single day. There are reports and there are accounts that should be updated daily. There are other ones that should be updated weekly. There are other ones that should be updated monthly. Reports should be given to you monthly on a variety of accounts. You want to know what accounts you should be getting information on? I've been asked that. Well, here they are. That's the chart of accounts. You should be getting information on all of those. Daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, depending on the account. All of that information should be readily available, and it's not. Why isn't it? Because we don't have adequate people to do the work. The people we have are good people. They have been good people. They are good people. This is not criticism of them, past, present, or future. It's simply because you don't have enough staff to do the job. And then at the end of the day, we look at ourselves and say, why is this account in red? When was the last time this board, and I'm speaking to boards in general, adopted a fee schedule? You may have done one, but when was the last time prior to that?
It was a dozen years.
You should be doing it on an annual basis. We don't. We don't. So that's why we need additional support. That's why we need additional support. If this sounds a little strong, I apologize in one sense, but I don't in another. Because quite frankly, you need to hear the truth. You need to hear the truth, and you cannot, Township of Scio, continue to do business as you have done and expect different results. You just can't do it. You want these accounts in balance. You want them to have. You've got a sewer project, water projects that are coming.
Yep.
Where's the money coming from? Right now, your accounts are in deficit. You want a bond for some of those, I've been told. That's great. Not if we do not have adequate staffing, because we're going to ding our bond rating.
We have trouble even managing our grants.
So
let's be
every
real.
single thing is circular. So with that, I'll be pleased to answer any questions that I can, and thank you, Supervisor Hathaway, for the opportunity to present this proposal.
Thank you. Are there comments? Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, just a brief comment. I think you all know how horribly frustrated I've been with the majority of the board that has refused to take action. And so I really hope that you're hearing David tonight so that we can take a step forward instead of continuing to move backwards. I will ask you to focus on one part of the proposal, and that is the fact that our fire chief and our utilities director recommend this. They have been recommending this. They have been asking for more financial support to operate the two biggest, most complex departments in our township. And we need to listen to them. Our finance manager, our sole finance person since November, has been asking for help. David came in just December 1st, immediately identified this as the critical need. We can't do other things if we don't grow this out. We don't have a capital improvement plan since October 2020. We're having a rushed budget process. We are starting to increase fees. I'm glad we've increased fees in fire, starting to in utilities, planning and zoning. lots of areas we gotta get to, but we really cannot do it without additional expertise and capacity in our finance team. So I just want to say strongly, I support this. I think that, both Raymond and Plant Moran, the scope that David has spec'd out makes a lot of sense. I do think it's going to be aggressive and would ask that the board support this, but also support David in the next 3 to 6 months in coming up with the long-term plan for staffing so that we're not relying on outside consultants for any longer than we need to.
Trustee Noel.
I also totally support David's proposal. I will make this brief. He's laid it all out here. It's very clear. We hired him to provide his managerial experience and opinions because our board was floundering. And I think we should follow his recommendations. We have a fiduciary responsibility to all of the residents in the township. We need to follow sound financial practices. His recommendations put us on track to do so. I also spoke to Jim Fink about Raymond. He spoke very highly of them. They provide service to one of his other township clients, and he had nothing but positive to say about that organization. So I hope all board members will use some of their critical thinking skills and really look at the situation and consider what's at stake. And support David Rowley with his proposal. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank Administrator Rowley for his work together with Clerk Flintoff in putting this proposal to the board. I appreciate that they believe this proposal is the right thing to do, that the $140,000 cost is warranted, but I disagree. One reason for my disagreement is that this proposal assumes that we cannot prepare for the audit without relying on a high-priced outside accounting firm. As the township's chief administrative officer, I have responsibility for making the township's annual financial report to the state. The supervisor's job description, approved by the board in August 2021, states that, quote, "the supervisor will oversee the audit," unquote. So my views on this carry the weight of the authority delegated by the board. The administrator provided a lengthy background statement to support this proposal, and I read that statement carefully. I agree with some of the administrator's stated goals. For example, quote, "complete, accurate, regularly presented records and planning for assets, revenue, expenditures, and investments," unquote. I also agree with his list of typical finance work activities. And I agree that we could use some help to get the volume of work done. This last item is something that we have already taken steps to address with the addition of part-time support. I disagree with the statement's characterization of the history, and I wonder how the administrator can hold such firm opinions about the cause and effect relationship between past events when he only started working at the township in December, just over 3 months ago. I'd expect a more measured approach when dealing with anecdotal information obtained from interviews.
Boo!
I looked in the administrator's background statement for the analysis that I and other board members had specifically and repeatedly asked him to provide. We wanted him to study the current staff to identify, one, the functions and duties currently performed by each position, two, the capabilities of the people in those positions to perform those functions, three, the gaps between workload and resources, and four, the range of solutions the township might choose from in response to the problems. I do not find that analysis in this background statement, nor do I find a clear plan for how to accomplish that analysis. The administrator and clerk have asserted that, quote, Scio needs a long-term reorganization of its finance team, unquote. Perhaps. However, the problems that have arisen with Scio's finances since fiscal year ending 2020, the deficiencies noted by the auditors that the administrator has listed, these did not occur in prior years. Our township staff had decades of audits without these issues. It is only since 2019 that Scio has had problems with its audits. At that time, there was a change in management of the finance staff. Could the solution be better management of our existing staff rather than spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on outside consultants? Is that worth a try? This proposal, while well-intentioned, is not what the township needs. We could hire these expensive firms and pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for their junior staff to come and do work that our current staff are perfectly capable of doing. At the end of their contract, a few months later, we'd be no closer to our goal. We need the analysis to inform the targeted hiring and professional development that will be a long-term sustainable solution to Scio's finance staffing. I will be voting no on the motion to spend $140,000 on Raymond and Plant Moran. Are there other comments from other board members who have not yet spoken?
Yes. I appreciate everybody's work on the proposal, and I agree with the administrator that the township finance staff needs to be augmented and appropriately staffed. And also have discipline and include planning. As a business person myself, I understand the importance of having a budget. And as the primary responsibility of the trustee is to ensure that township funds are spent appropriately, I hesitate to support spending $137,000 on 2 outside consulting firms. And I mean no disrespect towards them. And actually, that may be necessary to do, but I'm not convinced of that yet. I think that a needs analysis by a third party, independent third party that's not associated with either of these firms, that can look at our current staff structure and the needs and identify what needs to be done, then we can move forward more appropriately and perhaps at a less expensive rate. I also think in terms of expanding the staff to meet the needs of the fiscal responsibilities that we have as a township, that $137,000 could go a long way towards getting staff that is appropriate to meet those goals. So I will not be supporting this, but I can see where it may be necessary eventually. And I think that can only be determined after having another third party look at it and create a needs analysis and then moving forward from that point.
Are there other members of the board? Thank you, Trustee McLaughlin. Are there other members of the board who have not yet spoken who would like to speak?
I would.
Treasurer Palmer.
And this one is very difficult for me. And really in the last couple weeks, I have seen things that I think all of us in our lifetime have happened. All of a sudden it hits you right between the eyes. As David eloquently and with he talked with everybody in the township, has gotten as best as he could for the time so far. He too is seeing we're in trouble. Those were my words. I'm not talking records. I'm just seeing difficulty in keeping the records. Our records are good, but it's a struggle. Mm-hmm. Now we have another staff person ill. We've been really slammed with different things, but it makes the job just harder. I do not like spending this kind of money. I wished there was an alternative. I don't know. That was David's job to explore, to give us direction. It is short-term, and you can better believe it'll be short-term, because the problem has to be fixed. And as hard as it is to spend that kind of money, I think we're up against the wall. I think we have to do something. I don't want an audit struggle. And we're not behind on audit by any means. I hope that isn't a message that everyone is thinking they're hearing. We're not. But the audit starts next month in preparation, having it ready so it can be properly filed to the state. And I'm hoping there won't be anything that'll put a roadblock in front of us again this year. So like I said, it's a rock and a hard spot for me. It's a lot of money, but you, as I said, if it's a 3-month contract, they're out of here on the last day. And we better have a plan.
Right.
To move forward, to be able to do what we have to do, because we're not going to keep spending this money. We've been proud of a good fund balance. I don't like it. A lot of years of hard work.
Thank you, Treasurer Palmer. Your voice is a good one.
Please keep the comments down. Are there other board members who would like to comment at this time? Well, I want to give people an opportunity who have not yet spoken to speak first. Trustee Jerome.
Well, one, this process has been ongoing for many months, and there's been many issues, positions, contracts that have come and gone to address this issue. We know we've dealt with this with another consulting group and other issues that we've been trying to. I don't think there's any dispute, and I agree with you, Mr. Rowley, with regards to a need. We need more resources, no dispute whatsoever. We're going to need additional staff, or at least a configuration of staff. We're going to need to spend money on this situation. None of this expertise or advancement comes free. I 100% agree with that. I do think that we need to look at where we're at and come up with a more strategic alignment with where we want to be with finances. And we have many, many areas that we can develop and advance in. My issue still comes with, and we've had this discussion both in meetings here at the board, we've had meetings in your office with regards to this, in wanting that assessment of the department as a whole. For me, I want to build and understand exactly what we have in terms of the resources that are currently here. We have Sandy, we have Rebecca, we have
2 people.
Well, we have another lady that's helping out right now. And
For a
what I
week.
really want to know is, please, Jessica,
don't interrupt me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's.
What I would like to
Interruptions,
see is a matrix of all of the efforts that we have to take, whether it be payroll,
Right.
accounts payable, investments, accounts receivable. And I'd like to see who's responsible for what, who's doing what, because we've had some changes in that, 1. 2, I would like to see what areas we want to supplement and what needs to be supplemented. That if one individual is working on another, or another individual is concentrated on payroll versus the ledger versus whatever the case may be, I'd like to understand all those, and I'd like to understand the time requirement for each one of those jobs. These proposals to me only look at a portion of the problem. I'd like to see a more comprehensive. When I look at these, and I look at, and maybe I'll get into some of the complexities of, and no, absolutely no offense to these are very well respected companies. But when I hear we need to move this forward, I hear 3 to 6 months. 6 months doesn't feel short term to me, for one, to be quite honest. that's a longer perspective. I would like to be able to spend money, and I'd like to understand, it's not necessarily cheaper. You know, the PMN for the one company is $165 an hour. The preferred rate for the other is $275 or $175. I don't know of anybody that's making that hourly here as their hourly wage. So I do think that there's some room for us to be able to have staff that could do this. Now, do I think that there is enough staff? I'm not necessarily saying that. That's why I want the evaluation to see where we're falling. When I look at like the proposal from Plant Moran, I'm concerned when I see a proposal for $33,000 at, let's say it's at 165, that's 200 hours worth of work, and then I see defining scope once hired. I would like to see some specifics in terms of the areas that we're looking for advancement within the township, and then to allocate the time and resources for each one of those. I'm not suggesting a T&M type proposal, but I would like to say that if you're going to be taking a look at, and I did read the proposals, they were, they had a lot of areas that need to be addressed. I agree 100% that we're deficient in many of these, but I'm just not comfortable yet with the proposals to address these. I think that the proposal from, I have the same, cannot tell what they're providing. There's no specific cost associated with it. It's a lump sum of $5,000 a month, I believe, to do work. And I want to know what that work is. I want to know in specifics which components they're tackling. And I saw that there were some generalities to some of the issues they were dealing with. And I appreciate those. And those are all areas that I think could take additional input. But I guess I'm just not comfortable yet. I would like to continue to review the side of finances, but just require more information from both what we have as a capacity now, and I know that Jessica's provided some of that information previously, but we've also had some modifications to those areas. Ms. Egler is in a different position than she was when we joined the Board of Trustees. Rebecca is, I know she was out currently, but I know she is, finding her way, and she's been doing a great job for the township, but I'd like to understand what she doesn't have the capacity to do so that we understand what we would need to supplement, whether it be with a consulting firm and or personnel. I tend to shy away from the consulting solution because we've had that in place before. We actually had a consultant in place before, which we didn't even use all the services of the money that was allotted to them during that contract. When I look at timeliness, I understand the chart of accounts. The chart of accounts, I believe, has been an issue since 2017, I believe you noted. Correct. And we still don't have it in place. So this is nothing new to the township, and I would agree with you that we have a long way and a lot of work to do to develop this into a truly responsible fiduciary entity that is accounting for the strategic use of taxpayer funds. I don't disagree whatsoever in that. I just disagree at this point in time with the methodology that's been proposed via these contracts. And I would like to have further study. And I don't mean study in terms of months of study. I just want some more delineation in terms of what the expectations are, what the proposal would be, what services we're actually getting, and make sure that that is clear before we would move forward. That's just my thoughts.
Trustee Corto.
Thank you. I want to say again, thank you for this presentation. And I know this is something we've all been working on. And again, I am keenly aware of the need to be responsible in spending taxpayers' money. I think you have very clearly laid out what needs to be done. And I appreciate your emphasis on planning, on goal setting, and I'm looking forward to engaging in that. I am concerned, and I have asked you, and I have talked about this repeatedly, that what I don't see here is the analysis that Trustee Jerome was just describing, and which to me is key for moving forward. I did, in fact, request several times to get a list of some kind of tasks and schedules and who's doing what, and I didn't receive that. So it's hard for me to see that what our current staffing allows us to do on this equation. And the second point is I just found this scope of work, again, agreeing with Trustee Jerome, Some of these are very specific components, and, things like the uniform chart of accounts conversion, great, that sounds like a discrete piece. You and I discussed that piece in and of itself is probably around $5,000, and yet the amount here is $33,000. So I'm just really struggling to reconcile the specifics of the work outlined here with this total cost. And then the items 3 and 4 in this scope of work just seem really so broad as to, I just don't understand exactly what's intended here. And again, with this price tag, some of which, if we are strategic, could actually be used to bring on a new staff person to start to do some of this in-house at a much lower rate. That just gives me real pause. So I am not against this proposal overall, but I do find a need for greater clarity in the scope of work and greater clarity in the analysis of our current staffing needs and abilities. And so I would move to table this proposal for further development.
I have discussion.
Is there a second?
You heard that I would
I
like
will
to
second.
discuss.
I will second the motion. So we have a motion to table by Cortot, seconded by Hathaway. There's no further discussion on the
I will
motion to
discuss,
table.
I would like to discuss it.
There's
You
no,
heard me.
there's no further discussion on a motion to table.
Respond to trustee's question.
There's no further discussion on a motion to table.
I move to suspend the rules to have this discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is no further discussion on a rule to table, am I
You
correct?
guys, you know what this stuff is. And Will, you misrepresent your authority over the audit. It's the board's responsibility to audit this township. It's the board's responsibility. It's his responsibility
Mr. Homier,
to
is there
sign
a
it.
further discussion on a motion to table?
I would like to suspend the rules. How do I do that, Mike? Because this is ridiculous.
Motion to suspend the rules does not take precedent over a motion to table.
Okay, so
motion
what
to
about,
table-
and the
sorry.
facilitator's not
The
listening?
motion to table has been made and supported, and so you can vote on the motion to table.
Okay.
So please call the roll.
I'll call the roll on the motion to table over the objection of the clerk and the administrator. Shamefully. Palmer, would you like to table?
Yes, because I agree. I would like some more definitive information.
Okay.
Flintoff, no. Cortot,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Noel,
No.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
Motion to table passes 4-2.
I think I get to vote too, don't I?
Oh, I forgot about you, sorry. I was going in a new order.
Yes, I saw that.
It's-
I also vote yes to
It's
table.
per rule 10.4. I was trying to change the order.
I understand. I
You
just
all
wanted
are
to vote.
disgusting.
Yes.
This is why we're paying over $2,000 to have
Motion.
an attorney here to rule on a motion to table.
So the outcome of the vote is,
The motion to table passes 5-2.
This is what happens when you put tyrants in the office who run as imposters, Manchurian candidates. Next time, vet your candidates.
so I would like to make the following motion. This is a motion to cancel the March 15th, 2022 emergency purchase due to lack of emergency.
Oh,
Due to the lack of any imminent threat to the public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents, the township hereby terminates the, quote, emergency, unquote, engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective March 31st, 2022, and if the finance manager is unable to carry out her duties at that time, the township administrator is directed to implement an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer. Is there a second?
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way.
Is there a second?
Y'all, this is illegal.
It is illegal.
This right here, don't do it.
Is there a second?
That
You're
is
gonna
a
get sued
friendly.
individually, I'm telling you,
Is there a
I'm
second?
talking to
That
you,
is illegal.
83 and 85.
Patrick,
Moved by
you don't know
Hathaway,
what you're
seconded by McLaughlin. I'd like to offer background
You
for
mean
this
by Vogel
motion.
with a pair?
The township's finance manager is currently on leave.
You don't
I
even know the
don't-
background.
I don't have more information, nor would it be proper for me to share information publicly if I did. This situation raised a question about how the township would accomplish two key functions, payroll and accounts payable. The finance manager typically handles both these tasks twice a month.
I'm just reading the motion.
Well, here, I'll give you a copy and you can have it.
Thanks. Is this where you were all day? Sitting at home on your Mac, scheming?
Excuse me.
I'm
We-
sorry.
No excuse. No excuse. Leave it alone.
No.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
No, you guys.
Leave her alone.
Abby.
We as
quiet
board
down.
people need to be respectful to each other.
You respect her?
The finance manager
You didn't let
typically
Mr.
handles
Rollins
both of these
speak.
tasks twice a month. The situation was presented to officers as an emergency under the township's procurement policy. An emergency is defined as, quote, whenever there is an imminent threat to the public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents, unquote. Under the circumstances described in the emergency purchases policy, the supervisor or any trustee may
member
authorize
of the board.
purchases of materials or services to address the emergency. Think midnight water main break or a sewage line rupture. Maybe there would be something like a tornado that struck Dexter 10 years ago. Those are the type of emergencies for which this exception was created. Our current situation is not the type of emergency envisioned by the township's procurement policy. There is no imminent threat to health and safety. There are other ways to address the staffing gap by reassigning work to other township staff. There is certainly no need to contract for 3.5 months of expensive outside consultant time. And yesterday, we were informed that our finance manager will be able to do work from home. I objected to the emergency action proposed by the administrator and the clerk. They proposed hiring the accounting firm Raymond to provide payroll and accounts payable
It was
services
approved by the treasurer and the
for
clerk.
3.5 months at a total cost of $31,500. That's $4,500 for the partial month of March and $9,000 each for April, May, and June. Under the circumstances, it would be irresponsible to continue with this expensive contract in the absence of any emergency. Clerk Flintoff, I sense that you would like to speak.
So condescending.
Is, Mike, do you know why you were asked to be here tonight?
Well, not specifically, other than I knew the proposal was going to be.
Which proposal? This proposal?
David's.
Okay, so let me just say, one, Donna Palmer, the treasurer, and Jessica Flintoff, your clerk, jointly in writing authorized the emergency purchase of AP and payroll services. Beginning on Thursday, we've gotten the recommendation from David. We all recognize that we don't have anybody who can do AP and payroll. What Will is proposing, he came in and said, don't worry about checks and balances. Don't worry about internal controls. Don't worry about reality. Let's do something totally inappropriate, likely illegal, and completely corruptible. Completely corruptible. Meanwhile, he says, David, Jessica, what about my little salary problem? We haven't cleared that up. Because we're working on a written agreement, and we will. But to implement the board resolution, now that has to come back too. So Will, do not sit here and tell me who you want doing payroll. Do not sit here and direct our administrator. Because I will tell you, David, I will not permit access to AP or to payroll for someone who is taking in cash. This is not appropriate. Now, it's not that Sandy doesn't have the skills, of course she does, but it's that since November 10th, this board made her the deputy treasurer. And we are going to build internal controls. We used to have 2 finance staff. We've had 1 since November. And David and I both have been in touch with Rebecca. She sends her thanks for everyone's care and concern. And I would hope that everyone is holding her and her family in their prayers instead of using it as if there is not a real issue here. And I will say it is, in fact, a threat to the welfare when we can't pay staff, when we can't pay our contractors. Literally, David, Christy, and I, the ones who are here in the office with Donna, the people who work, are the ones getting the stuff done. And so this canceling, I mean, you're gonna undo the emergency? That, I don't even know what this motion means. Donna and I have authorized it. If you want to take me to court and get an order from a judge to unauthorize that, go for it. But this motion is insane. It's insane. So please, these games that you're playing, and in terms of the third party that you want, the analysis, and I'm sorry to give you this chart, but we've gone through it. You see all the orange? Those are all the gaps. Those are all the things not being done. These are the people doing them. Why you all would think a supervisor understands the finance of the township, I don't know. It's not his job. It's not his job. It's Donna's job. It's my job. It's David's job.
It's the board's job.
And it's the board's job. And so I will just say, this is absurd, this motion. I can't even imagine putting our attorney on the spot.
Well, I'm going to.
But I'm saying, this is the type of stuff. It's just crazy. Now, there is a threat to the welfare when we cannot pay our employees, when we cannot pay our vendors. We're literally working. David and I were both in early this morning. Raymond is already getting it done. I know. They've already worked. We look like fools. You wanted a third-party assessment? Was it our auditor? Was it Woodhill? Was it Diane Benson? What next set of experts? Was it David Rowley's? What next set of expertise do you want to throw out? Now, come on. 2 people? I'll give you that matrix, Alex. It's right here. Okay? We can't do the work. And I'm sorry, but Will, you are not, your judgment it's shocking.
It is.
And this has got to stop.
You guys wanted the administrator, and now you're not listening to him. That's poor
Please,
judgment.
this is not a time for public comments.
You
Trustee
are right.
Noel,
It's
you've
time
raised your
for
hand. You are
protest.
recognized
That's
to
right,
speak.
time for
Trustee
civic,
Noel, please go ahead.
civic disobedience, as
Okay.
Martin Luther King says.
So Donna
Sustained pressure every day.
and Jessica signed the paperwork invoking the procurement clause emergency provision.
Yes.
I did sign it.
And it had been reviewed by our attorney?
Been discussed.
Discussed.
It was discussed, okay. So given the 2 of them had a valid request under the clause, can that be just undone?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily phrase it that way. I think for any contractual relationship, and I did take a look at the contract, at least with Raymond, and the terms and conditions. But the terms and conditions, it mentions in the terms and conditions termination. So I think there's an ability for the board, if the board chooses to do it, to terminate the contract. I agree, however, that Raymond must be paid for any work that they have provided to the township under that contract.
I mean, that was a question.
Trustee Noel, I can respond to your question too.
That's okay.
No.
You don't actually want the information.
I wasn't quite done
All right, go ahead.
with Mike. So,
What I'm saying is that that's not an undoing of the finding of the emergency.
That's what it
It's
says.
terminating the agreement.
so what I heard her, or Will say was, this wasn't the type of situation that was an emergency.
Yeah, but if you look, it is terminating the emergency engagement, which I view as termination or a motion to terminate the engagement, regardless of whether or not there was or was not. I'm not here. I'm not gonna read it. It's been read. I'm not here to determine whether an emergency exists. That is not for me to determine. That's a policy issue for this board now to consider, or at the time when the emergency existed, to enter into that engagement. That's been done. What the motion does is terminate the emergency engagement, and the board has the authority to decide that matter.
And just to clarify, Trustee Noel, that I did talk with Attorney Fink, and he did not know that we had language in the procurement policy with regard to emergencies. He was not asked in any way whether this was an emergency or whether it complied with that procurement language. All he was asked to do was to review the contract, the letter of engagement. So that's the only thing that he looked at and the only thing that he responded to.
Because Donna and I are the policymakers, not our attorney.
We're all the policymakers.
All the policy.
I know, but it wasn't a question we had. We have to pay our bills.
Indeed.
And the second part of the motion, would you be so kind to read it, Kathy? Because this is where it, throw it all out, people. Because it then directs the administrator to do something. He already gave us his recommendation.
Okay, so it says if the finance manager is unable to carry out her duties at that time, the township administrator is directed to implement an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer.
Are there comments from other members of the board who have not yet spoken?
May I comment?
Sure.
You have no part-time employees. You have a deputy treasurer. That's what you have. You have no finance staff. Your finance manager is out on emergency leave at the time, using her paid time off until at such point she is able to determine the long-range goals and the long-range needs of her family. I'm not at liberty to say what the nature of the emergency is. I can say it is legitimate, it is real, it is very, very serious, and I can only say that. You have no finance staff. The deputy treasurer is not finance staff. She's the deputy treasurer. You have no part-time staff. You're referring to the assistant to the deputy treasurer, whose contract expires on March 31st. By original agreement, there was no extension provision for it, nor was there any desire on the part of the individual. Matter of fact, at the time I met her, she specifically said, I am out of here on March 31st. I do not want any extension. So I would agree 100%, not that I'm going to disagree with the legal opinion, but my experience, I would agree 100% with our attorney that it is the board's decision. But if you make the decision, you have no resources to implement paying your bills or paying staff after March 31st.
I think this is really unfair not to acknowledge the fact that we sat together, the four of us, you and the three officers, and we met with the deputy treasurer, and she laid out for us in quite detailed presentation how we could accomplish these tasks, especially after March 31st. At that point, her time would be freed up because she would have completed the tax, whatever the tax task that has to be completed.
Tax reconciliation.
Tax reconciliation. She would be freed up to devote more attention to these tasks. She certainly is capable of doing this work regardless of her job title. We had multiple meetings talking about how she's capable of doing this work. We just argued over whether to give her the additional job title, and we settled on a plan as a board of having her be the deputy treasurer doing other tasks as needed. So she can
We
do,
didn't settle on that plan.
she can do this work, she's done it before. We have Nancy Colasanti, who has indicated that she's willing to help, and she has done some of these tasks before as well. We had just tonight hired somebody to serve as our utilities clerk, and she has experience doing accounts payable and payroll. So
No.
to say that we don't have the internal resources to meet this demand, to meet this need, is just not true. It's not accurate. It's not acknowledging the internal resources that the township has. It's dismissing them.
You don't get it, man.
Are there others who have not yet spoken who would like to speak on this motion?
I have a comment.
I know. I'm just waiting to see if there are other, trustee Jerome.
So just an overall comment, and I do have a concern, and this will be for a different meeting, but I do believe that the declaration of an emergency should be based on a board action and not on the action of one or two officers. I could declare an emergency, and I don't think that's proper. I think an emergency declaration should be by the board. That's a different issue, but I just wanted to put that out there. I also want to say that I understand, and I'm absolutely sympathetic to whatever Rebecca's going through. I don't know what that is. I'm thankful that she's able to do some of her duties at home. I don't know what the duration of it is.
Yeah, she's worked 2 hours.
I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
Once again,
2 hours.
we don't have the ability to know that, and I don't know how long it will last. I know Mr. Rowley has indicated she's going to be reviewing it. My suggestion would be that as a friendly amendment to this, I think that we should evaluate at the next regular scheduled BOT meeting whether or not you need an additional month. I don't know what the status of Rebecca's long-term is. So I would suggest at the next regular scheduled BOT meeting that there's a new review of staff availability and approval of a contract and scope for a next additional month for the emergency services. So that it's not a 3-month contract, that we're simply doing, if the emergency situation and condition exists on April
12th is the
April
next
12th, then we would be able to implement another month, not 2 months, of the contract to be able to make sure that we had some surety that we were able to do the payroll and other things of that nature. That would be my suggestion, that we do that, so it's an incremental approach to an emergency condition so that we can then evaluate whether or not and what the emergency is. I'm not sure of that. I don't think any of us are sure of that because we don't have that information from Rebecca at this juncture.
Are there other members of the board who have not yet spoken on this matter who would like to speak?
Well,
in that case, Clerk Flintoff.
So, Alec, the possibility of terminating the contract early exists, and that's what David checked out with Jim Fink. So, because of the uncertainty about duration, that's part of why Donna and I were comfortable authorizing it. Now, I would say, sure, I considered, should I call a special meeting? And I talked to Mike about it, and I was like, well, I have to talk to 4 of you to call a special meeting. And frankly, we were trying to make sure we could pay our bills, which we're gonna be late with, but we're gonna get done by Friday. If you all don't say yes to this right now. Because if Raymond's still on, they might have abandoned us altogether. But I will say that, what Will is promoting here, it's insane. I mean, really, Alec, Jackie, Patrick, please, y'all should be embarrassed to be supporting this because it's so corruptible. No one has the deputy treasurer who has a treasurer, and I won't go into our specifics, but has the person taking in cash or the person with the legal authority for taking in cash, dispersing that cash. Okay? This is not okay. This is audit findings. This is newspapers. This is a nightmare. And I'm shocked. And I will ask, Mike, you were here a couple meetings ago when you saw this supervisor get a majority of this board to lean hard on David Rowley to say he will have ultimate authority. Now maybe we're going to find out what ultimate authority means, huh? Ultimate authority for BSNA. So Will, is it your scheme to pass this? And then do you think you can make David do something he thinks is wrong? I mean, what's going on? What kind of relationship does this board want with our administrator? Power over?
Yes.
Huh? This is no way to work with David. This is no way to work with the millions of dollars we got to get out the door in AP. This is no way to work with our employees who live paycheck to paycheck. What kind of anxiety are you trying to provoke for everybody?
Well,
We can't do it. We had a meeting, Will's right. 3 of us thought we should go with the firm. Will thought we shouldn't. That is true. But you guys, I mean, this is a whole new level. And what were you thinking when you passed payment of the bills? G1.
There's nothing in there.
What was the plan? To delegate to the clerk and treasurer the authority to jointly approve the payment of claims proposed for March 23rd once prepared, and to provide the board with prior check runs. They're not going to be prepared. Y'all think this happens just automatically? Come on. This will be retracted. We will, to everyone listening, Linda, roads projects, Scio View development, deep deposits, OHM, every developer out there. I'm telling you, David, how big was the stack of invoices Christy and I were working on today?
About that big.
About this big. Millions of dollars. I'm telling you, we will not pay you if this goes through.
Sandy, would you please come up to the table? I'd like to ask you a question about the financial controls question, because this came up during our meeting, and there's been some assertions made about this that I think are
I won't allow it.
Incorrect. Would you please share with the board what you shared with the rest of us when we met to consider this emergency procurement?
Jessica is correct in the fact that the same person who is taking in money cannot be the same person sending the money out the door. Where I disagree with her is in how we can accomplish the task and maintain the segregation of duties. As far as processing payroll, I cannot think of any reason why that cannot be processed by myself as it was for
So you can
30
change
years.
Bill's W-2?
Ma'am, please don't make comments about me when you have no idea who I am or what I am about.
Please.
Direct your comments to
Sandy,
the board,
Please speak this way, and please keep the public comments to public comment period.
It is true that Nancy, coming in to help out with cash receipts, said that she had no interest in going past March 31st because of the handling of her offer to help. But in these circumstances, she said she would be willing to have a separate contract or a agreement, whatever you want to call it, to continue to help the township as long as the township needed her help. No longer taking in cash, there would be no reason why she couldn't process the accounts payable. She would not have any authority to enter into contracts. She would not have any authority to bind the township in any way. She would literally be the person sitting there typing them into the system. She would have no authorization ability or anything. So to insinuate that that would not be a segregation of duties, in my professional opinion, is inaccurate.
Thank you. So I hope that reassures people that there is a way to do this with the staff that we possess, not even counting the person that we have just authorized hiring today.
That was for you.
Trustee Jerome.
Although I obviously suggested as a friendly amendment that was not necessarily supported, I just wanted to get maybe your reaction to having an assessment at the next BOT, regular scheduled BOT meeting on a monthly basis. That's not, it's just the checks and balance in terms of determining whether or not the condition of the emergent condition still exists on April 4th. And what still exists.
David will keep you up to date each meeting, wouldn't you, David?
But what is onerous about saying that David says to us on April 4th that this is the situation, this is the staffing, I've reviewed the staff, and this is the additional scope that still needs additional services via a consultant, and then therefore we need to approve another month of services. I don't understand why that is prohibitive. It allows us to make sure that we have something in place for the month of March. It allows us to potentially have something, I don't know what that is in the month of April, because I don't know if it exists. I don't know what Rebecca's going through. I don't know what others, there could be other issues with staff that happen. There could be another emergency that you would come back. I am just much more comfortable with a monthly approach rather than a blanket 3-month approach to this emergency condition, which, as I say, I have issues with the manner of it, but that's a separate, that's for another day. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on whether or not you felt that that was an impediment.
May I respond?
Sure, go right ahead.
I have no problem giving the board reports on the status of things. I have spoken with Rebecca. There are certain things that are completely unknown, and they will be unknown for at least another week or so. We're hoping that
The 4th would be behind that week.
Right. And that we have agreed that we will meet in early April. We've not set a specific date yet, but we have agreed that we will meet in early April and have a conversation about what her short and long-term needs are for her family, and also what short and long-term needs she can do for the township. And then that would also play into the work that is already being done under the contract with Raymond going forward. I understand your point, but I think it has to be done the other way.
Yeah.
The agreement is for a set period of time. There is an early termination clause that we would have to observe if we were to terminate it before the end of the 3 months. It's not something that it's a 1 month and then it automatically renews. Right now, it's a 3-month contract, but at some point, there is a provision that if we chose to exercise it, you could remove the agreement. If you understand what I'm saying, it's the same concept, it's just looking at it in the reverse manner. But I have no problem providing the board with an update rather at the first meeting in April as to what is the current status of accounts payable and payroll.
Are there other members of the board who have not yet spoken who would like to speak to this motion? Trustee Courteau.
I have one question for Mr. Rowley and one for Mr. Homier. Mr. Rowley, I don't think I've received from you the actual contract, so I don't know the terms fully, but what I understand is that it's a $9,000 fixed price contract. And I guess my concern is, just doing a ballpark estimate of the number of days and hours and using the $150 or $160 rate for their lower level accountants, which it sounds like this is, that seems to me quite high. So my question for you is there a possibility that this could be an hourly contract with a not to exceed cap?
No. This
Why
was
is that? Can you please explain?
because this was the only proposal that was submitted. If you do an analysis, this is basically market rate for this type of work. And if you do a further analysis, it is not that far off from what Rebecca's salary and benefits on a monthly basis were. So I understand the cost, trust me, I understand the cost. But it is not out of line with market. And I asked that question specifically to Mr. Fink, our township attorney, and he agreed with that it was not outside of market. It's high, but that's what the market bears.
And then could I ask
Sure, go
Mr.
ahead.
Homier, you heard what Ms. Egler said about financial controls. Is there anything you disagree with about how financial controls can be implemented?
No, but I'll say this, I'm not an accountant. I don't pretend to be an accountant. I'm a lawyer, okay? All of these are policy issues and accounting issues that should be addressed by your accounting professionals, not your legal counsel.
Thank you.
And we just had from our accounting professional a clear, I think, a very clear explanation of how this could work, how this could work with our internal staff that we currently have without having to continue paying Raymond past the end of March. So the sort of crisis scenario that was just described a moment ago by the clerk doesn't necessarily have to occur. If we do this motion the way, if we approve this motion the way that it's written, it would terminate that agreement with Raymond to do these functions at the end of this month. That would allow the closure of the invoices, the processing of the invoices that were described, and it would allow the transition to having internal staff time available in the month, starting in the month of April, to do the work going forward. So there's really, I mean, the situation is pretty clear. We have in the motion an arrangement to finish using the Raymond resources for what you could call the emergency aspect of this, the immediate need to do this while staffing time is limited. At the end of this month, staffing time will free up, and we have experienced professionals, accountants in our staff who can help with this work starting at that time. There's not really a need to sort of test the water again in April to see if the situation has changed, because we have the staff to do this work right now. That's the whole point of this motion.
May I address you, sir?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. One, you cannot terminate this contract on March 31st. The termination clause, if my memory is correct, and we'd have to review it, I believe there's a 30-day window.
It's not in the letter. That was the language from Jim Fink. And so unless you added that
I
language to
didn't add
the
it,
agreement.
no, all right.
So
all right.
there's
we'll review
no
that.
30-day.
But let's be clear. Scio Township does not have an accountant. With all due respect to Sandy, she is not an accountant. She is not a CPA. Sandy has a bachelor's of business administration degree in accounting. That is not an accountant.
Okay,
So
but
you, sir, are misrepresenting.
She's an accountant. She's a trained accountant in the sense that she has
No,
an
she's not a
accounting,
trained
she has an
accountant.
accounting degree, and
she
she's,
doesn't.
well, David, she's been doing this work for the township for close to 30 years.
Look at your budget, sir.
I have looked at the budget. Are you somehow casting an aspersion on the work by the deputy treasurer?
I am not casting anything on the deputy treasurer. I'm casting aspersions on the fact that Scio Township does inadequate financial planning in all of its aspects, and this proposal is continuing that in perpetuity.
This proposal is dealing with the emergency services to do accounts payable and payroll in the absence of our finance manager. And we have internal staff who can do those, who can complete those functions.
We do.
Not properly.
What do you mean not properly?
I've had my hand raised then.
Well, all right, go ahead. Have another.
So, what I want to say is, Will is undermining our administrator.
Absolutely.
Why in the world would Will and Sandy know that Nancy Colasante actually is willing to work, but our HR director doesn't.
Don't play on words.
He
Let
wasn't
it go.
listening when she said
Let
it in the
go.
meeting, evidently.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, listen,
No,
Any-
don't impugn my character.
Any-
No, sir, no, sir. Do not impugn my character. I've spent 30 years in government, sir. My integrity is intact, and I will not have my.
I'm not impugning your character. She asked a question, how would you not know that? When Sandy said it in the meeting, I don't know.
That's hearsay. Nancy has never spoken to me other than to say hello on a couple of occasions since the contract was initially responded to. Executed originally.
Okay.
So there is no communication at all, other than through the deputy clerk, the deputy treasurer.
So I want to ask Will to get back into his lane. And I want to be clear, the finance manager's job, she maintains the general ledger. She maintains all the journals and ledgers of the township, except for the ones under the treasurer, prepares for the audit. And so AP and payroll are a big portion of what she does. It's not all of what she does. So it was the most critical things that have timelines. There are pay dates. There are checks that are due. I am not exaggerating. And so, certainly you want to rewrite the procurement policy, go back and determine what's an emergency or emergency, as Will likes to put it. But I have to say, the internal controls, this is real. You remember Diane Benson, our wonderful HR consultant. So she advised us on this. And she advised us and was so frustrated with Will because she kept giving him her expertise. 30 years of HR, managing money, here's internal controls. It apparently made such an impression on him that he still has the diagram on his whiteboard in his office for months. What I'm saying is, I agree, that when you're small, you do the best you can. We're not small anymore. We're breaking. We're trying to catch up from not having grown 10 years ago. Now, the emergency AP and payroll, I stand by. I don't believe this board can undeclare an emergency. I believe this board can obliterate all sorts of relationships with Raymond, Diane Benson, Woodhill, future employees, perhaps even our administrator. But we shouldn't. Will's insistence that 1.05 FTE can do everything there needs to be is bizarre. And his insistence on it is strange and uninformed, and it makes me very nervous. It's not even realistic. When I say the bills won't be paid, your bills won't be paid. Payroll won't happen. What else do you need to hear?
Are you saying that you would block the staff who have the capability of doing the work from cutting the payroll checks and from paying the bills because you want to make it a point? Is that it?
What I'm saying is, it's absolutely inappropriate for a deputy treasurer to be cutting checks. And so, these points are legal and ethical norms. These points are accounting standards. These points are in our audit. These points are basic norms.
I've talked with our auditor and
Stop
this.
talking.
What? You're just going to shout me down?
No, Will.
Well, so the auditor said that we could do this with internal controls. There is nothing in a job description, in a title, that prevents us from accomplishing this work.
What internal controls would you propose?
She just said.
I've asked you this.
She just said what kind of internal controls you would need in order to accomplish this work. I don't understand. She says it. It's very clear. I understand it. And yet you deny that she said it. You pretend that she hasn't said it. You sat in that meeting and Sandy came in and laid out a plan for how we can do this work without contracting with expensive outside consultants and then you said, you went forward as if she hadn't even spoken.
No, Sandy was there the whole time, and I thanked her for stepping up and trying to stretch. I will say respectfully, Sandy and Donna have tax reconciliation to do. Sandy and Donna have investment reports to do. Sandy and Donna have a lot of work to do as treasurer and deputy treasurer. And it's inappropriate. So one, and this is what I said in the meeting, one, Sandy has too much work to do, which, by the way, your budget's not done. Two, there are no internal controls here. It is not appropriate. I will not support this. This board should not ask our administrator, who has told us all we need more internal controls, to rip down the last shreds of those.
It's just a misrepresentation of the workflow. She's going to be done with all of those tasks that you just listed by March 31st. That is the date.
The tax reconciliation?
That is the date on which the termination would take effect, and she would be able.
You don't understand the workflow.
She would be able, after that date, to pivot and do these other tasks for the few days a month that they would take, in addition to other work that she would be doing for the treasurer. It's just
Motion
a
to table.
misrepresentation.
Will, you are not qualified to make those statements.
Please, no comments, no public comments right now.
Go ahead, you're making it. Don't-
Trustee Noel.
Okay, I want to direct a couple questions to David. And I did some reading in the accounting procedure manual for local units of government in Michigan this afternoon. In this pamphlet, they state that no one person should have control over all aspects of the financial transactions. An individual is not to have responsibility for more than one of the three transaction components: authorization, custody, and record keeping. And I know we've kind of talked about this before, but I want to ask you, with this kind of scenario that Will is talking about, would using internal employees, would that cause any problems in this situation?
Well, unlike others who keep making comments, I'm not an accountant. But I will say that I did speak to the auditor. And the auditor did say that you can have one person do some things in a small jurisdiction, if that's all you have. Scio, in my view, does not fit that definition.
No.
Because no small jurisdiction has a $1.5 billion tax base and looks like Scio does. The other thing is, he did say that if you do have one person do multiple things, you clearly have to have other people review those for internal controls. You cannot have one person do things and then just call it good. You have to have internal controls. Right now, we don't. Right now, we do not.
So what you're saying is the scenario being proposed by Will isn't adequate?
Mr. Hathaway and I have disagreed on this for probably, I don't know, maybe a month. And the one thing that we did agree on the last meeting was that we agreed to disagree. And that's probably how this particular topic will always be. I don't agree with the supervisor's opinion. I don't agree with the supervisor's analysis. He doesn't agree with mine, that's fine. The only thing I will say is I've worked in government for 30 years and have a master's degree in public administration. He does not.
Correct. I was just going to ask you the basis of your opinion, but you've provided that. And I want to make an observation for this board that we have a skilled, experienced administrator here offering an educated opinion, and Will hasn't stated the basis of his opinion, why you think what you think in this situation. What is the foundation for your opinion?
Gut feel.
Foundation for my opinion that this is not, this situation doesn't rise to
No,
the
that you
level
can
of an
somehow
emergency.
have an employee here, one employee, doing all of these tasks, and that it will not violate the required internal controls that are mandated by the state of Michigan. We've already been hit in our audit. Cited problems.
Yes, we've had some problems that have been cited in audits, and those have been waved at us as a justification for all sorts of things. But I feel in some ways like the people who have bear some responsibility for those citations in the audits are the ones who are waving them at us and asking for things. So I don't want to get into an argument about that, but I do express surprise that our deputy treasurer, once again, has sat at the table, spoken to us, described how this would work, and you're still asking me, how can this work?
No, I'm
She just
asking you
said
the
it.
basis of
She
your
just said
opinion.
it. She is capable of running payroll. She has done it many, many, many times. There's no problem with her running payroll. She has a plan for someone who can do accounts payable, who will not be involved at that point in doing work for the treasurer on accounts receivable. So there you have it. You have somebody who can step in on an emergency basis to fill this need for the township. And we just added somebody by authorizing the hiring of Lori Carey, who is coming in to assist with various functions and can also
Utility
provide
billing.
help. Yes, well, that's the reason that we hired her, but if you look at her resume, which is in the packet, you can see that she has the ability to help with some of these other things. There's no reason why we can't ask her to help with some of these other tasks.
That wasn't part of David's proposal.
We don't know that.
You
That
just
hasn't
made
been
that part
discussed
up.
with her.
What do you mean I made it up?
She's only available part-time.
I talked to her myself. I shared this information with David. He knows it.
Oh.
It's in her resume. It's not a surprise. It's not a secret. And so we have the capability, we have the people, starting in, April, we will be able to conduct all of
Yes,
this,
we need to
all of
find
these
a project for
transactions.
Will.
All of these transactions can be accomplished without bringing in the expensive outside help. That is why I'm making this motion.
They've already been working. They're doing
I
great.
understand that they've already been working, and this motion terminates the agreement with them at the end of this month, so they can finish up the materials that they have, the work that they have in front of them. We can make the transition. If you look at the language of the letter of engagement, it even talks about this very step in the process of
Donna, we won't have
transferring
checks this
back
Friday,
to
Donna.
township
We've
staff.
got to conform with the terms of the contract.
Yes, it's what I'm
So,
saying.
well-
It conforms with the terms of the contract. It's all there. I asked Mike to look it over, to make sure that I wasn't,
Is that
making
true,
a
Mike?
motion that would make a misstep.
Mike, what is true about what he just said? What did you look over? This is so,
Trustee Cortell. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Jerome, you had your hand up first, and then Trustee Cortell.
I would just like to ask Mr. Homier, based on your understanding of the contract, does it preclude my suggestion as a friendly amendment to, and I understand Mr. Rowley's explanation, but does it preclude the opportunity to, as a friendly amendment, to review this at the next regularly scheduled board meeting, to review the staff and assess the contract and scope with Raymond Robson on a subsequent, on a monthly basis versus on the 3-month contract, that the terms and conditions preclude that?
So as I understand your friendly amendment, is that the contract would continue until at least April the 4th, when the board would be updated. 12th.
It's April 12th. Sorry.
April 12th. And then you would have additional information to determine whether or not you can terminate the agreement at that time, or whether the emergency has been abated.
Correct.
Right? I don't think that the contract precludes that, although it's not express as I read it. So assuming that I have all the documents relative to the contract, there's a provision under the terms and condition that talks about termination of services. And there's one provision under termination of services that reads, and I'll quote it, our engagement will be deemed to be completed upon the earlier of our written notification of termination or the termination of the agreement by the township or the natural expiration of this agreement. That's the only thing that I have found in the agreement that refers to termination. So it contemplates termination by the township, but it doesn't describe the manner in which it can be terminated.
So, in other words, we could, on April 12th, have a determination and a review, input from the township administrator with regards to whether or not the emergency condition is still in existence, and then make a determination to not terminate the contract for the additional month? Is that the way I'm understanding that?
Yeah, in fact, I would go a little further. I don't think it relies at all then, and I'll word this a little differently, it relies at all on the existence of an emergency at that point, right? That on April 12th, you can get additional information about the situation and determine at that time whether you want to continue or whether you want to terminate. Just on the agreement itself.
Trustee Cortell. I'm sorry, Trustee Jerome, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So my friendly amendment would be, and I believe you made the motion, would be to review the contract at the next regularly scheduled BOT meeting and have an analysis of staff and contracting scope provided by the supervisor to determine work for the following month, if required, if emergency condition still exists.
Alex, you said supervisor, did you mean?
I'm sorry, I meant it.
Okay.
Okay, I was wondering.
Alec, would you please read that again so I can get that down?
That wasn't written, that was me.
Wow.
That's why I said supervisor administrator.
Well, so Alec, I'd just like to explore your...
And obviously, I don't know if it's been accepted.
I'd like, well, before anything like that, I want to make sure that we talk this through, what the implications of this would be. I mean, basically, what that would do, is, if I understand it correctly, is it would leave the existing contract, the listing letter of engagement in place, and basically sort of move this decision from right now to April 12th. We'd be having the same conversation, and the only things that I can imagine that would change the circumstances would be, something happening with our finance manager, allowing her to come back to work, because I sense clearly that there is a dismissal of the capacity of the staff.
The appropriateness.
Please don't interrupt.
I'm just correcting you.
Capacity of the staff to do this work, to produce accounts payable and to payroll with the people who have done it before. And part of the hazard of this is that we lose one of those options, right? Because Nancy Colasanti's contract, I believe, her current one ends at the end of March. And unless we take this step tonight and are in a position at the end of March to start a new contract with her, we would lose that option. So it would sort of, in a sense, be a, kind of a decision to continue with the contract, the letter of engagement as it is, and not to terminate it because we're losing the person who could actually make it possible not to have that contract.
My proposal was for a review of staff and the contract and scope of the provider, of the service.
But one of the key staff people, according to the deputy
My
treasurer, will be gone.
my assumption is that we'd have that discussion many days, probably immediately, with regards to capacities and the functionality of that prior to it. That's just my interpretation of it. I do understand that it is putting us to another point, but it's what I'm looking for is another checks and balance. I'm not in support of a 3-month contract. And so I am trying to come up with a compromise that allows us to have a accurate review and assessment of the conditions that exist on April 12th that would allow us to then either implement and/or stop and cease with the contract based on the determination of emergency conditions and available staff and contractor responding to that. I don't know any better way to put that. That's my intent, and I understand your concerns with it. So
I think in a sense, I appreciate that you're trying to find a compromise, but I don't think it really is a compromise, because in a sense, what it does is it leaves in place this agreement, and it begins to erode the ability of the township to staff up to these tasks that we actually possess. We have a deputy treasurer who, that's her job title, but her abilities are far beyond that job title, and she is certainly capable of running our payroll. She's done it for years and years and years, so she knows how to do that. And we have in her assistant, we have someone who has for 9 years run accounts payable for the township. So we have the capacity right in those two people to do this work. And it will be available to us as of March 31st. So we know that we have the capacity. That's not going to change, on April 12th. What will change is, we may lose one of those people if we wait until April 12th to make a determination. And the only basis for making a determination on April 12th, I think, is, changing circumstances with our finance manager. If that changes, then great. We don't need to rely on our deputy treasurer and her assistant to do these functions. But either way, we can do things with our internal staff. We don't need to wait until April 12th to make that determination. We know right now that we have the internal staff to do that. So I guess, Alec, I would say, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't think it's going to accomplish what you're trying to do, which is to say, let's evaluate this and not extend it for 3 months. I think it's going to, the option to not extend it for 3 months is going to quickly dissipate after March 31st if we don't take this step tonight.
So,
is there anyone who hasn't yet spoken who would like to speak?
Okay, so I like Alec's suggestion because it is an attempt to compromise. He's incorporating feedback from David Rowley in his proposal with an analysis of various positions in the township. I do think we've gotten that before, but that's okay. I mean, if David can provide that in a timely manner, which I'm sure he can, it might be helpful for some of the board members to hear it and see it. I think that according to what Mike Homier said, we will have other future options with the contract. So if we indeed later want to opt out of the contract, we will have those options. We don't have to do it right now, and then we lose all of our options. We've got other options down the road. So I would be in support of what Alec is proposing.
Clerk Flintoff.
yeah, I mean, what Alec's proposing, I support. I think that was assumed. I mean, obviously, if we're gonna take the extraordinary step of sitting down to emergency authorize something, that's why I laid out the background and the payment of the bills about the situation. So to now cut the proposal, that would get our bills paid by Friday. I mean, Will and Patrick, with all due respect, I'm a little dumbfounded. Why approve G1 if there's nobody to prepare the bills that we're trying to pay? So, I mean, for real? Okay. So The second thing is that I just want to say how embarrassed I am and how we are having this conversation about an individual staff person, our finance manager, who's out on an emergency medical family issue, about our deputy treasurer, who's sitting right here, and about our Nancy Colasante, the part-time temporary treasurer's help who I've chatted with, she's lovely. But Will, what you're doing is you're trying to ram through a particular staffing plan of Sandy and Nancy without conversation, analysis, and against the advice of our administrator.
I disagree. That is not what I'm doing.
And when we approved, we knew that Donna was going to appoint a very well-qualified, talented person as deputy treasurer when she vacated the finance director position in November. Some trustees were uncomfortable with the salary. Will also wanted to appoint her budget director. That did not happen. She also wanted to be assigned the ongoing responsibility of managing the DDA finances. That did not happen. Accounts payable, all of these things did not happen. I will also remind us who we just hired part-time. I believe she works as treasurer for Barton Village.
Assistant treasurer.
Yeah, so she's got a part-time job already. She's coming in part-time to try to do utility billing for Sean, who's full-time. So these are desperate times. And it's not until tonight's meeting that I saw that Will was able to make it more desperate. We had an emergency proposal. We can argue about how you declare an emergency. I stand by, this is an emergency for the welfare of the township. I am not exaggerating when I am giving the alert as loudly as I can. We cannot do payroll and AP without this. That is why Donna and I signed it. Second, we have an urgent need that you all voted to table tonight. David's been trying to bring it to this board since January. I've been trying to bring it before. You ask about staff. Nice idea, guys, but we've talked about staff. We need to give our administrators some time to develop a proposal because there's been no appetite for staff. No appetite for staff. So today, emails flying around about the grants that we're screwing up on. 2 $300,000 grants, really simple grants. We should be able to administer them. I've administered grants. I've written $18 million grants. It should be no problem. We don't have time. We don't have an ounce of time. We pay OHM to try to administer our grants. We ask for extensions. We do this and that. I mean, we should just call Lazinski and say, do not give us that 1.5. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, literally, give it to somebody who wants it. Give it to somebody who wants to do serious things, like maintain water systems, or actually have a high-performing fire department. We had an emergency, and then this board voted down the administrator's well-researched proposal. I am happy, Jackie, Alec, I didn't know you wanted more analysis. If you want to talk more about who does what, talk to Donna, talk to me. We can tell you about it. We can show you where the gaps are. Talk to David.
You did.
Talk to Donna too.
Okay, well, there are massive gaps. We are not bonding. We are not doing any big boy, big girl stuff until we get our house in order. Okay, so this latest motion to actually undo the emergency step, I mean, it's appalling to me. So I am happy on the finance proposal if anybody still wants to work with us, because frankly, that's the problem we're in now. We're not going to have anybody who wants to work with Scio Township, and we have got to pay our bills and we've got to pay our employees. So I urge you all to vote this ridiculous motion down.
It's not ridiculous.
Very
There's a clear delineation in the procurement policy of an emergency as being something that's threatening to the public.
Welfare.
Public health.
That's called a
welfare.
paycheck.
That is a very big stretch.
Means no
to
food.
say-
That is not a stretch.
Please don't interrupt.
No paycheck, no food, no medicine.
Emergency status is something that should be short-term, something that you deal with as an emergency. It's not a blank check to bring in people to, spend 3 months at $9,000 a month doing functions that we can perform ourselves. That's the reason for this
The
motion.
union's watching, Will. This is insane, Will.
There's no need for, the hyperbole, please. We can talk about the substance of this without
isn't
the
hyperbole.
exaggeration. I mean, you introduce your exaggerations by saying, I'm not exaggerating, and then you exaggerate.
Will.
Let's focus on the substance of this, which is there really an emergency that extends
Yes, there
that
is.
extends past March 31st?
We don't know yet.
Well, we know that there may be a personal situation for one of our staff,
Okay.
but whether it's a township emergency is an entirely other question. It's not saying anything about Rebecca.
I want to say to
It's
this
not saying
board,
anything about the finance manager.
the
to
treasurer,
question
the
whether
clerk, and the
it's an emergency
administrator.
that warrants
What is the
this.
motion on the table,
The
please?
motion on the table is the one that I made. And
Okay, read
that
it
is,
again.
due to the lack of any imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents.
I'd suggest we deal with the motion if it's on the table.
Okay, so do you
Did
want
you
me to
make
finish? Yes, I made it and it was seconded. Would you like to call the question?
Well, read it out loud.
Well, I was starting to. So due to the lack of any imminent threat to the public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents, the township hereby terminates the, quote, emergency, unquote, engagement of Raymond Rodson for payroll and accounts payable services effective March 31st, 2022, and if the finance manager is unable to carry out her duties at that time, the township administrator is directed to implement an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer. That's the motion.
Palmer?
Well, are we
Oh, I'm sorry.
voting? Trustee Corto, did you want to speak?
So trustee Jerome has offered a friendly amendment and which trustee Knoll has supported. And I would just like to say that I would support that too, because I think there needs to be an opportunity for us to consider that contract with Ms. Colasanti to ensure that we can renew it and to come up with the terms for that. So I feel like that's an important point. But I do just want to step back and say I am disheartened, Clerk Flintoff, by the denigration of our longtime employees.
Stop it. Stop it, really.
Please, no public comments.
Yes,
It's not time
don't
for
please
public
us.
comments.
Don't talk about Jessica, period.
A very
Period.
simple proposal for how to get the work
Hey,
done.
Hathaway Minimi, quit it.
She's done the work for 25 to 30 years. I'm just
Hathaway Minimi,
horrified.
Minimi, quit.
We can't use capable staff to accomplish work that we know are.
You're understaffed. It's a $1.5 billion township.
Concerns about controls, I very much agree that we need to keep them. What I heard from her sounded like a reasonable proposal. So I just feel like we are being most responsible with the township's finances if we guard our resources carefully, use the existing staff while we are exploring this very clear and true need, which, as I said, I agree with the analysis of what needs to be done. I need to see more analysis of what we are capable of doing to be ready to move forward with the very large amounts of outside contractors we're talking about. So I think our focus needs to be make these very clear, make them targeted so that we can bring in staff to do these jobs. But before we do that, I think we should use to the utmost the staff that we have with a careful review. So I just want to thank Ms. Egler for your proposals and your willingness to be here, and I'm just disappointed that we're hearing so much against your work. I apologize.
If I could respond briefly.
Not against her work.
I just want to share, Jackie, as I said in our meeting, and I'll say here again, I appreciate the offer. I think that Sandy was stretching in that offer because the treasurer has tax reconciliation to get done. 1, the budget's not done. 2, tax reconciliation needs to be on time. Distributions need to be on time. 3, investment reports, one of our 2 material findings in our audits. All things that Donna is very capable of doing, but I want Sandy to be available to be the deputy treasurer and support our treasurer in the priorities. And that's all I'll say. I'll defer to Donna on that, but that is what I observe, is that there is a lot of treasury work to get done. 2, the internal controls, I'm not satisfied with Sandy's explanation. I'm not satisfied with Will's explanation. I respectfully disagree. I think they're incorrect. 3, this whole insertion of Nancy Colasante, a lovely person. She was a temp through March 31st, and now suddenly, are we going to build an organization around one person? That, in my opinion, is what we've done too much of here. We need to identify the skills, knowledge that we need and bring people together. So, again, and we are always wanting to be better and do better. And right now, with internal controls that are in place, no matter what ultimate authority, and if that was some backhanded way to try to create a corruptible structure, Will, that, I mean, you cannot lean on me, you cannot lean on David, you cannot lean on Rebecca, you cannot lean on any of our good sons, Sandy, on any of our staff to do processes that are corruptible. And that is what this is. He wants to lean as hard as he can because he's misread the Uniform Budget and Accounting Act and believes he actually has the power to hire the auditor, to write the audit. It is the board's responsibility to engage an auditor, the auditor's responsibility to do it by certain standards, and the chief administrative officer, who is our supervisor in the absence of a manager, to upload it.
Okay, now that we've had that, I have a way of possibly incorporating the intent of both of your suggestions. Let me try it out. So I would modify the motion to the following. Due to the lack of any imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents, the township hereby terminates the emergency engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022, if either the finance manager is able to carry out her duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer. Does that do it?
Can you read it again?
Sure. Due to the lack of any imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents, the township hereby terminates the emergency engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022, if either the finance manager is able to carry out her duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer.
House of Cards.
Well, what about striking the first phrase, due to the lack of any imminent threat?
What's the imminent threat?
Well, I'm just saying.
Payroll, AP.
Yeah. What about striking?
Don't throw up your hand when you're talking about our employees' pay.
It's not going to not happen. That's the
How do you
point.
know that? You don't do anything. Is that why you assume it?
Oh my God, please
Jessica, please,
No, I'm sorry.
control yourself.
He is,
We have always in this township, if we had a circumstance very much like what we're dealing
I
with
know.
now, the staff is always pulled together and we got it done.
yes, and that is true for you, and that is true for me.
But we don't have a lot of
As a
staff
dictator
here right
running
now,
the
Donna.
show.
Okay,
before.
so what if we
So,
strike?
Trustee Noel, please continue.
Okay, what if we were to strike due to the lack of any imminent threat? And keep everything else that you were proposing, and you could read it again.
So it would be to the public health, safety, or welfare of the township or its residents? That doesn't make any sense.
Strike all of that.
Oh, I see. The township hereby terminates the, quote, emergency engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022, if either the finance manager is able to carry out her duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer.
Okay. I mean, I could support that. What do you think, Alec?
Trying to process it.
I mean, the wording change I could support.
Could you read it one more time, please?
Sure.
Sorry.
The township hereby terminates the, quote, emergency, unquote, engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022, if either the finance manager is able to carry out her duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer. So Patrick, if you're comfortable with that, you were the second. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think it's a good compromise.
Okay.
I can support that.
Well, then I would propose that as the modified motion with Patrick's second.
Will,
Clerk Flintoff.
so first of all, her duties, I think you should say those duties, because those are some of her duties.
All right.
But also, I think this is a complete, well, first of all, Raymond, if you're still on Zoom, God bless you, but, you know, they might have already quit on us after this conversation, so I certainly would want to
Can
know.
we focus on the motion and just get through this?
Well, I'd like to know if we pass this, if they're gonna complete.
They're not going to be able to answer that question tonight.
So, well, I
I
mean,
think they
I
are
was
still
working with 4 of their people today. David and I were, okay? So we're in the midst of this payroll run. We're in the midst of this AP run. But I will also ask David, this sounds like the same conversation we had. The township administrator is, instead of directing you, we're gonna ask if you're able to create, however we're gonna evaluate that, able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks. So how would we know, David, if you're able to create an alternative plan?
Just call the question.
Does the board have to vote on that plan? I'm serious.
I would like to call the question.
No, really, what does that
I would like
mean?
to call the question. I think we've had enough discussion on this.
You think they
No.
don't?
Is there a second?
Patrick, what does that mean?
During a discussion.
What does that mean if the administrator's able to create? How will you know if he is
Why don't
able
we
to
let
create?
Mr. Riley answer?
I think this is a good compromise. I think it allows some work to get done, and it also uses best use of the internal resources.
But how would you know if the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan? Because he's already told us he couldn't. So what are we gonna do? Ask him again?
I'd like to call the question.
Mr. Riley should answer.
I would like to know
Is
the
there-
answer,
Is there
David.
a second?
Let him answer.
let him,
Well, he has a right to take part.
Of course he does, but this is just, you're picking away at
No.
the language of this in a way that's not gonna help us move towards closure.
I don't want to pass this.
I know you oppose it in all forms, so what's the revelation?
Well, it says, the township administrator unless the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks. David, how would you go about trying to create an alternative plan? And how would I know when you have an alternative plan?
Well, I'm trying to determine exactly what it is that you're looking for, other than to create a new finance team that is composed of the deputy treasurer, a part-time employee right now, and moving the utility billing clerk outside the scope of her contract.
Me too.
That's what it sounds like this proposal is attempting to do.
We don't have a contract with her yet.
So
the plan could be to modify the contract before she signs it.
Well,
Jessica,
that's not what we just passed.
what did we just pass?
To hire this person for utility billing.
So we can negotiate a different contract. We are the board of trustees.
Agenda.
Alex.
Just did it. What a
We
dog.
do want to try to find a compromise. How about another friendly amendment to that language? That the township administrator provides an evaluation of internal staff capacities and a review of scope of contract for proposed services. So that it is giving Mr. Rowley the flexibility to potentially use some capacity of internal staff. I don't know what that is. That's not in conflict with any of the accounting, processes. But at the same time, it unfortunately, and I would ask for Mr. Rowley's response to this, it forces him to evaluate what could be done internally and then would necessarily have to be supplemented and or not supplemented by an outside scope of service.
And you want that on April 12th at the next meeting, is that my understanding?
Correct. So all of the language up front would hold, but it would, instead of trying to create, it would require an evaluation of internal capacities. So there might be some facet that the township can administer internally. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to get into that because I don't know the full breadth. I don't have the full scope of the services that were being provided by Raymond Robson. In addition to, and complementary to, a review of the scope of the contract with Raymond Robson so that they are then coordinated so that we have a determination of exactly what's being performed, whether it be payroll, whether it be X, Y, or Z, and have that delineated out, that it would be provided either internally, externally, and how that would go.
Alan,
That makes sense.
can I just point out that I think what you're trying to get at is actually encompassed with the current proposed language. Because the township administrator, it says, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer. But it doesn't preclude the township administrator from using other resources in that plan. So he has some flexibility to come back and propose to the board.
I didn't hear it that way. I don't.
Well, I
That's
understand.
my opinion.
I understand. I'm looking at it and hearing what you're saying, and I think it does allow for that flexibility without having to get into all of the specifics about scopes and agreements and, all of that stuff.
I liked what you said, Alec.
Well, I'd like to
Because you're
make a
opponent.
comment. I agree with what you say, and I also agree and like what Alex has said. And the experience that I've had is if it isn't written the way we want it to be, well, if it isn't written, then it isn't. So I like the wording, Alex.
Well, the wording that Alec just spun out, I mean, that's.
It's just clearly defining.
I don't know that it's that clear.
Well, let's hear it again. I'd like to hear, I was
It's
writing
just
it
my
down.
comment on the
Again?
situation.
Give her
what I said, all the other verbatim was that there would be an evaluation by the township administrator of internal staff capacities and a review of scope for contracted services.
Good.
So that's under his jurisdiction to evaluate not only internal capacities, but contractual capacities. And then
And making
I'm obviously
recommendations.
making more into it, but just creating a checklist of what we're providing internally and externally. And providing that to the board so that we can make an evaluation that we can vote up or down again, quite honestly. And this might be a moot point if Rebecca, and I hope to goodness that she is returned and that this is a moot point come April 14th. I don't know that, none of us know that. So that being said, I'm more, it's just my language, as I say.
Alec, can I ask, is that a standalone motion that it would be to?
It would be the following the end of Kathy's trying to incorporate some of
So it would
my.
still be terminating the agreement?
What's that?
It would still be terminating the
Yes, it
agreement?
would still have all of the language up, it would exclude the first sentence, and this would be the qualifier to the subsequent termination of the contract on April 14th.
So it would be instead of the clause about the township administrator coming up.
What about this?
Or
Correct.
added to.
Correct. What about this? Or what if we changed it to, or the
Literally the last sentence.
or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer, with the understanding that the administrator's plan may include outside resources.
Shuffling the check on the deck of Titanic.
That gives it the flexibility it makes it clear that the township administrator has the flexibility to include outside resources in his plan that he creates. But it also makes clear that it terminates the existing letter of engagement on April 12th.
I wasn't changing any of that language, I was simply changing.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last sentence.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to do what you are trying to accomplish in a simpler text.
Will, can you read that again?
Sure. So the whole thing would be, the township hereby terminates the emergency engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022, if either the finance manager is able to carry out those duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer, with the understanding that the administrator's plan may include outside resources.
So what about the provision about evaluation of internal
Well,
staff?
and to create such a plan, he would have to be evaluating the resources, and, that he can't do it without that step.
Well, one thing that your language keeps in it is the fundamental conflict that you're having with David and with me and with others. You're saying, your language says, the deputy treasurer, I'm paraphrasing, the deputy treasurer shall be involved in accounts payable and payroll. That's what your language says.
No, it only says that she's included in the
You said
universe
those
of
tasks.
employees that he considers as he's fashioning his plan. That's
plan
all,
for-
that's all that it says. It doesn't say she does this, she does that.
The
It just
plan-
says that she's included.
But it says the plan for AP and payroll, correct? These tasks.
I think you're reading more into this language than is there.
Well, then why not just keep it as, using township staff, period?
Why try to exclude our most qualified employee?
Because she is the deputy treasurer, and I believe she should not be doing either
Well,
payroll or
if that
accounts
is the
payable.
conclusion that the township administrator reaches and.
He's already reached it.
Well, you know what? Then your problem's solved. All right, so I think we have language that will accomplish what Trustee Jerome and Trustee Corteau were advocating, and Trustee Knoll were advocating. I would like to call the question on that motion. Is there a second for calling the question on the motion? Or can we just go to voting on the motion at this point?
Okay, we'll read it one more time.
The township hereby terminates the emergency engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022. If either the finance manager is able to carry out those duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer, with the understanding that the administrator's plan may include outside resources.
I have one more suggested edit, because I want to protect our finance manager from our supervisor. And so I'd like it to say, if the township administrator determines that the finance manager is able to carry out those duties.
That is his job.
Yeah,
It's in his
that's
description.
unnecessary. That's his job.
No one's
He's her
undermining that.
supervisor.
Well, but you sent an email, Will, this last week to David and me demanding that David give you certain deadlines about when Rebecca was coming back, if she's going to be eligible for
That's a
FMLA.
misrepresentation of that email.
And
That is not what it said.
It very much concerned me.
Well, I
And so-
guess if you were reading it that way, it would have been concerning, but that's not what it said.
Therefore, I'm asking this board, if you think it's redundant, no harm. But we need to put that it's the township administrator who makes that determination.
Second my motion to call the question.
Yes, I will,
All right.
because we need to move
There's
on.
language in
I
our
move to call the
personnel
question.
policy.
It's been seconded.
He's prepared to
Please
abuse.
call the roll on calling the question on the motion. This is calling the question on the motion. So bringing it to a vote.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, no. Corto,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Yes. So now we're voting on the motion. I'll read it again. The township hereby terminates the emergency engagement of Raymond Robson for payroll and accounts payable services effective April 12th, 2022, if either the finance manager is able to carry out those duties at that time, or the township administrator is able to create an alternative plan for accomplishing these tasks using the township's full and part-time employees, including the deputy treasurer, with the understanding that the administrator's plan may include outside resources.
I believe this is too risky.
Please
April
call
12th,
the roll.
they might walk tomorrow, and
Please
Rebecca is
call-
not protected
please call
from
the
this
roll.
guy. Palmer? There's no need to do this, Donna.
Please
Don't
call
tell
the
me how to
roll.
vote, let me,
Excuse me.
I know the help we need. We have to have this help. And I don't know whether yes or no means we are eventually going to get this help. At this point in time, it's so confusing.
Well,
The yes would terminate it early.
we terminate
Tonight.
on April 12th.
We can always terminate in the future.
In the contract, I know there's that termination clause.
We
And
called the question, so we really
All
are,
right.
we're just voting at this
Then
point.
no.
All right, so now the next person that you're calling?
Flintoff, no. Corto,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Hathaway. Yes.
5-2 with your treasurer and clerk dissenting.
That brings us to,
Could I make a motion for a 5-minute recess?
yes.
I'm sorry? I've got a problem. So your rules, you're gonna hit 11 o'clock. Your rules say at 11 o'clock, you cannot take up any other item other than public comment.
Unless we vote to do so.
Correct, just so you're aware.
Thank you for pointing that out. We haven't bumped up against that rule yet. Well, if we take a recess and come back, then we will have a problem. We could vote now to extend to deal with certain items on the agenda and then take a recess, I think, couldn't we?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right, so the items that we still have to accomplish, I would say, we already had some discussion of the budget. I would focus on the items that were moved from the consent agenda, for which we have people here waiting.
I'd like to proceed with the whole agenda.
I understand, but we can vote as a board which items we want to continue with at this point.
Or we can just vote as a board to continue our agenda.
I would make a motion that we focus on those items that were moved from the consent agenda. There were 3 items. 2 of them are planning approvals. One of them is the COLA for the employees. I think those are the items that we should focus our attention on. So that is my motion.
And then we don't do anything else?
Then we would have to have public comment.
What about the fire chief? He's been here the whole time.
Well, we'd be skipping over reports, that's true.
I'd make a motion to continue on with our agenda.
It doesn't appear that any of these items have any controversy connected with them. I know you had some questions on the site plan thing.
Let's get the
but that's
work
fine.
done.
So I think we need to get this meeting completed.
Donna, do you support my motion to continue the meeting?
That's right, we do have to vote on that. Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Well, so my motion didn't have a second, so I guess your motion has a second.
Correct.
Shall we continue? So let's vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, so we have.
Declare.
Okay, let's
So
get
we-
moving
if
to
the-
get
the
it
motion,
done.
The motion passes, and now if you would like to make a motion to have a brief recess. Moved by Corto to have a recess of 5 minutes. I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, so we're in recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll continue with the agenda. All right, so we're now moved to new business. The first item under new business is the discussion of the fiscal year ending 2023 budget. I would move to postpone that item to our next meeting, which will be, once it's announced and scheduled, on next Tuesday.
What time next
I would
Tuesday?
make a motion, can we just make a motion to set the meeting?
Well, I got that as part of my report, which we're going to get to, but if you would like to, we can skip ahead.
Well, then we can state what we hope to do at that meeting.
Well, all right,
I just want to know the time.
7 o'clock,
Okay.
same time.
Okay.
So what I was going to say is that I'm announcing a special meeting of the board to be held Tuesday, March 29th, 7 o'clock. The primary purpose of the meeting is to approve the FYE 2023 budget and any end-of-year budget amendments. And I would like to reserve the possibility of a consent agenda to deal with items such as a planning commission item that was inadvertently overlooked when putting together tonight's agenda.
So
Who was responsible for the agenda, I wonder?
the purpose is to, just so I can get it for the notice.
I can
To approve the FY
give you the
23.
text, but yes, it's the primary purpose of the meeting is to approve the FYE 2023 budget and any end-of-year budget amendments. And I would like to reserve the possibility of a consent agenda to deal with items such as a planning commission item that was inadvertently overlooked when putting together tonight's agenda.
Could I ask that it just be that item that we not, because it's starting at 7 with a budget conversation, I just
Well,
know it's gonna be long.
if it's a consent agenda, it's all one.
Okay,
you know,
gotcha.
And, you know, anyone can pull something off the consent agenda, so it's not an attempt to try and sort of like sneak something on. but
Okay.
There was something that should have come from planning, it didn't, I didn't even hear about it until, you know, yesterday.
Okay.
So,
Well, should it say discuss in there also, discuss and approve the budget? So that
sure,
there's discussion.
sure, yeah, because we're postponing this item
Yes.
to discuss and approve, sure.
Okay,
To
support.
discuss and approve, okay, so moved by Hathaway, supported by Flintoff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. So we have now scheduled our special meeting for next Tuesday at 7. With that, I would like to, and I guess implicit in that was moving the discussion of the budget over, right? So we don't have to do a separate motion for that?
Sure, I would just say, you know, the items, I think, you know, having the resolutions prepared would be helpful.
Yes, I took that note.
Okay,
I noted
good.
what people said earlier when we sort of bled into the discussion at the end of the public
Okay.
meeting. So I noted everything that everyone said. So with that, that brings us to the items that we moved from the consent agenda. The first item is agenda item G4. This is the site plan approval SP number 21014 Optiflow. And I believe we have representatives of this development proposal here. Please come forward. So if you'd like to sort of briefly present, so the planning commission has had lots of opportunity to hear about this, but the board is not, and evidently there are some questions.
Yep, absolutely. This is Optiflow. It's approximately 70,000 square foot facility. They are currently in Scio Township in 3 smaller facilities, looking to combine into one under one roof, also with room for growth. I think it's 40 to 50,000 square foot that they have currently in 3 different locations, all combined under one roof. They are high precision manufacturing operation, CNCs and creating precision parts. The overall site is just over 20 acres, zoned as industrial research park, and it is planned to be an industrial research park, this being the first item. And the next ones, which are going through planning commission now, up for site plan approval next week, are the other 3 parcels next door to it. So it's overall 4 buildings, around 170,000 or 180,000 square foot total under roof. All the state approvals have been received, all the county approvals have been received already. A lot of the parts, because of the supply chain issues, have been pre-ordered for this. So looking forward to any questions that you have. Planning commission, we went through them 4 or 5 times in a row, so ready to answer anything. What's that?
What do you produce? What's the product, the end product?
It is a high precision optics for the US military.
Like Trojacon and stuff like that?
Trustee Noel, I see that your hand is raised.
So I just had a few questions about this, because in the Carlisle-Wortman report, they reference the land division should be made a condition of site plan approval.
Yeah, it's complete already.
Okay. And in the resolution, it was vague. Our board, our model motion, it states 3 of the properties are noted for future development. It doesn't say that the land division is a condition for site plan approval.
That was exactly my question too, Will.
I did it personally, it's done.
It's been completed. So there are 4 parcels on this site currently. So this is the first parcel, the other 3 are the phase 2, which will all be approved in one swath, hopefully next week.
But what I'm saying is then the model motion should reflect that. It doesn't. And that's in Doug Luan's report. So the condition isn't stated as such in the model motion. And I saw on the map.
Can we add the sentence or whatever it takes to,
What language would you
Okay,
add
go
to
to
the model
page-
motion?
Go to page 69, the Carlisle-Wortman report. He states, "A land division as described should be made a condition of site plan approval." So that language would potentially need to be included in the model motion. David?
Yeah, question if I may.
Sure.
When was the land division done?
It was a condition of site plan approval, which that was in November 11th of last year. So site plan approval was received last year already, and that was already a condition of site plan approval. So it seems like
So that went through the assessor's office?
Yeah.
I worked with the assessor.
It seems like the language was copy and pasted from site plan approval from the
Yeah, I
planning
think,
commission.
I think I understand now the problem is that in the memo that came from Carlisle Workman, there's kind of trailing language maybe
Yes.
that's referring
Yes.
to a condition that's
Yeah, I didn't
already been
understand
met
that.
months ago. But the language of the model motion is almost entirely from Carlisle Workman. If you look at page, whatever it is, 71, 70, I don't know where,
68.
yeah, somewhere back there, or 73. 73 is their model motion, so that's their model motion, and then I modified it because their model motion is not in the form that we're now using. And I also added in OHM's recommendation that the board approve the REUs. So that's been incorporated, but I think the reason that they didn't put in that language that the two of you are asking about is that
Okay.
condition was met
Super.
months ago.
Thank you.
So maybe you should state that in it, delete the sentence, 3 of the properties are noted for future development. I mean, just state that the condition, the land division as described, the condition of a land division as described has already been met, or something like that.
So maybe three of the properties are noted for future development and the condition of a land division has been met.
The land division as described as a condition for site plan approval has been met.
Okay.
That's better.
All right, do you want, why don't you, since you got it, why don't you read the model motion as you've amended it?
I hadn't written anything down. I was
Oh.
just doing this as we were going
I have
along.
it.
Okay.
You have it, Jessica?
Yep. So the model motion, page 68, to approve SB 21014, Optiflow to develop a 70,220 square foot industrial building in the northwest portion of the 20.38 acre parcel. Proposed improvements will be limited to the development of a private road to access the property from Jackson Road and the reconfiguration of the site into 4 developable lots. 3 of the properties are noted for future development. The land division, as described as a condition for site plan approval, has been met, period. The Optiflow structure, associated improvements, private drive, stormwater management are proposed to be developed as part of this site plan approval. Based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission provided in the minutes of their regular meeting held on November 11th. Furthermore, the Optiflow project is hereby awarded 9.4 REUs.
I will second that motion.
I had one other question for him. So what type of private road is it?
Currently, the road comes from Jackson Road to the IBEW building, the Union Hall that's right there, and stops with the expectation that it would be extended in the future. It's just a road to be able to meet that back parcel, ending in a cul-de-sac that will feed all 4 of those parcels in the future. So it's literally just access to get to the back of the property and the ones that will be landlocked that won't be touching Jackson Road.
If you look further in the pages, there's some site plan pages that may help with that question.
I have one more question, if I may.
Sure.
Is this the property that's being discussed for an IFT? Is that this parcel?
We're not involved in that process.
Okay,
But it
but
is.
this is the this is,
Yeah, it could be, but that's not our duties.
understand. Okay, just for the board's information, this is the project that you're going to discuss potentially an IFT process for. That's an industrial facilities tax update.
So you may hear about this again after tonight.
But I was asking, we have Class A, Class B, Class C private roads. And I wondered what type it was going to be.
I don't anticipate it to be a Class A road, because I don't think it is right now. So it would be extending the road, the existing road, however it was created in the 90s, I think. So it's just the extension of that road back into the parcel. So consideration is going to be made for trucks, because there will be semi-truck traffic throughout there. But I don't know necessarily if it's going to be a Class A road by definition.
Are there further questions or comments before we vote?
Who maintains the roads?
In that case, I think we can vote on the voice basis on this. Correct. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next item is site plan approval, SP number 21016, Scio Retail Management. Is anyone present, either here with us or remotely, to speak to this item? We do have someone here.
Good evening. My name is Michael Gold with Stonefield Engineering and Design, representing the applicant, Scio Retail Management too. So we're here tonight seeking site plan approval for 4,200 square foot drive-through restaurant. In between, it's the vacant outlot along Zeeb, in between the Starbucks and the Coney Island. As it is proposed, 61 parking spaces and 23 stacking. Extensive landscaping. Meets and exceeds township requirements. Architecturally, meets the J-Rod standards per the Planning Commission. Received clean letters from OHM, Carlisle, Wortman, County Drain, County Roads. And we're here tonight to answer any questions and hopefully be approved.
Trustee Noel.
So I know we have a lot of traffic issues where this is located. And I couldn't tell on the drawing where the traffic flow for the drive-through is going to go. And that was my question.
So as it exits or just the overall?
Overall.
Okay, so I believe they just included the landscape plan.
Yeah, there are a lot of trees.
So if you're looking at that plan, they would come in off the Meyer Road, go north, and then turn left just ahead of those ADA spaces into the drive-through. There's 2 lanes, whether you're picking up or going through the order lane. And you'd wrap around to the pickup window, which is located on the south side of the building. And then you come to a stop sign. From there, you can either turn left and exit to the northwest corner, or turn right and exit to the south. There is a bypass lane located across the far west. Does that make sense, or
Sort of.
would it be all right if I come show you, or?
Sure.
Okay. So yes, here's Z.
Yep.
As you come in, you would enter through here. And then this, oh, I see, it's not striped at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the drive-through entrance. There will be 2 stacking lanes. And you come through, there's our menu board.
Okay.
After you order, you go through the pickup window. The second lane would be a mobile order pickup. It merges, and then from here, you could exit left, come out through here, or exit right, come out through here. And then at this rear side, it's a bypass lane for any truck circulation or somebody who did not want to go through the drive-through.
How would you get into that place again?
Pardon?
How did you say you would enter?
The drive-through or the site?
Well, the site or drive-through. Is it off the entrance, did I understand, going into
So
Myers?
Pardon?
So here's
The entrance going into Myers?
here's the image of the site.
There's no additional curb cut proposed onto Zeeb Road. It's coming off the existing access drive.
So the access would be north of the Coney Island, that entrance?
Correct.
Or you could come at it from the other direction from.
Correct. I have a clean site plan if you'd like to see it.
No, I understand it now because the coming in, if you're going into Myers and you want to go to Starbucks,
Mhm.
It's terrible.
that's bad.
So we would be coming in from the south, most entrance would be from the south side of the Starbucks, that Meyer Drive.
Okay, I know which one. Okay.
And we will have cross access with the Starbucks to help alleviate some flow throughout the parking lots.
But probably most of your traffic will come in through that other entrance, not the Starbucks entrance, I would.
Correct.
Okay.
So flow can go
Hopefully.
through, yeah.
Make it so, because that is horrible, blocks everything.
Any other questions? Trustee Corto?
Well, just I wanted to briefly comment that the planning commission had a lot of concerns about traffic flow and the Starbucks overflow and where the access would be. And were you at that meeting?
Yeah, I was in
We
attendance.
spent maybe an hour going over
Right.
traffic flow. And so I think from the planning commission perspective that after a lot of discussion, the commission was satisfied that the traffic flow issues seemed to be addressed, given the anticipated traffic. It's never foolproof.
Seems to be a question for the planning commission every couple of years, how to solve the problem of Meyer internal traffic flow. Any other questions or comments? In that case, I would suggest that we approve the motion to approve SP number 21016, Scio Retail Management, to construct a 4,198 square foot drive-through restaurant at 140 South Zeeb Road, based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission provided in the minutes of their regular meeting held on December 20th, 2021. Furthermore, the Scio Retail Management Project is awarded an additional 5.3 REUs. Is there a second? Support from Jerome. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. Enjoy your evening.
Next item is for our township administrator to introduce. This is the authorization of cost of living adjustment COLA for eligible employees effective April 1, 2022.
Well, just a brief introduction. This is something that's normally done usually at the same time of the budget, although I'm told there's been a few years where it's actually happened inside the fiscal year. So there were several comments that was made from several individuals that if we were going to do this, if the board was going to do this, that it be presented at the meetings in March. And so that's the recommendation, or that's why the timing. The recommendation is based on the same formula that's been used in the past. It is the determination of the rate of inflation by the Department of Treasury, State of Michigan, using information provided to them by the United States Department of Labor Bureau of Statistics. It's also the same number that is used in the Proposal A cap value formula for property tax. So it's 3.3%. And there was a error in the motion, I believe.
Yeah, and I'd be happy,
Yeah.
I think it was just
It's a cut and paste.
yeah, just a oversight error. So in our policy up above, you'll see that the COLAs are to be awarded to all regular full-time employees and all temporary employees with regularly scheduled shifts. And I would propose to modify the model motion to have it read that way, to all regular full-time employees and all temporary employees with regularly scheduled shifts. So who does that bring in? Those who we have given increases to before, those are our paid on-call firefighters. That's our fire investigator. That's Terry Suave, our fire administrative assistant, and that's our deputy clerk. Those are our part-time, those are our, oh, not our deputy clerk. She's permanent part-time, but Terry, the fire investigator, and our paid on-call firefighters are all temporary employees with regularly scheduled shifts. So I want to make sure they're included.
The union contract doesn't affect paid on calls. Okay.
Correct, yeah, and that's also why the union folks are accepted from this motion, because,
They're covered
Oh,
by
I
something
understand,
else.
yeah, I understand.
does that make sense? I just wanted to make sure we covered everybody we intended to.
So would you like to go ahead and make the model motion?
Yeah, it looks like Jackie has a question.
Oh, Jack,
Just
sure,
two
trustee Cortez.
brief corrections in the language. I think that except for those employees entitled to annual increases.
Yep.
And the final sentence, starting word should be capitalized.
Good.
Good catch. Any other comments, corrections to the model motion? Would you like to go ahead and make the model motion?
Yeah.
Support. All right. All those in favor of the model motion as modified signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. That brings us, I believe, to reports. And Fire Chief, a long waiting, suffering Fire Chief.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for the time tonight. Residents at home, thank you for waiting to listen to me. Appreciate it. February 2022, a little bit slower than January, 113 total incidents. You can see that compares to 142 in January. Majority, as usual, within the community, 108 versus 5 that responded outside the community. We did request mutual aid ourselves 3 times. A neighboring community came in 3 times, we went outside the community 5 times. Significant incidents, February 15th, we responded to a fire in Rabbit Run Circle. Came in as an extinguished fire, accidental, unintentional fire. Someone's bedding it caught fire, they put it out before we got there. Minimal damage to that home. February 13th, we assisted Chelsea on a building fire on Newland Drive. Caused substantial damage to the structure. We provided not only our tanker, but our personnel as well. February 9th, we responded to an animal rescue. A deer had fallen through an ice on a pond and was unable to get out. That's something we will typically go and address to prevent any citizens well-intentioned in trying to make the rescue themselves and end up getting in trouble. We have ice rescue suits, we've got equipment, we're trained to do so. We were able to remove the deer from the ice. No citizens got in the water and were injured or hurt. So it was a positive outcome for us. February 8th, I'm sorry?
And for the deer.
Yes, yeah, it was cold. February 8th, we responded, this is actually the night of the board meeting, where I last was here. Firefighters responded to a third alarm structure fire on Eisenhower Parkway in Ann Arbor City. Fire started in a building under construction in a strip mall there. Big Blue Swim School was the building of origin. Fire damage occurred to both DeBella's sub shop and the Sherwin-Williams next door. Sherwin-Williams on west side of the city is not having good luck.
No kidding.
And we investigated no fires within the community this month. All our fires, fire hazards were minor and didn't need a full investigation. Average response times from time our call center receives the 911 call till we're on scene, average 10 minutes and 11 seconds. Call processing time, 2 minutes, 33 seconds, and our response time from when we get dispatched until we arrive averages 7 minutes and 38 seconds in February. We meet our goal of 6-minute response time under 40% of the time. Response comparison, 2020, 21, and 22, you can see we're up. And again, it goes back to the changes we made in June, responding to a number of different call types. Our ambulance provider, Huron Valley Ambulance, no longer responds to some fall calls within the community. If the dispatcher is able to determine that a fall did not injure somebody, they'll keep that ambulance available for emergencies, and we'll go out and assist the resident ourselves. It's becoming more of the norm. Overall comparison year over year, big picture up about 44%, but again, we changed some things we did respond to in June of 2021. I expect that as we hit July and August, our numbers will even out with a increase in call volume percentage. Training hours in February, 197 hours. Response per zone. North and northeast section, 32 calls year to date. Southeast section, again, our smallest section, 106 calls.
Excuse me.
And our west and southwest, 99 calls. So again, you can see zone 2 that we've got highlighted here, highest number of calls, smallest size of land area we cover. And there's a heat map for the month. Southeast, the uplands, you can see we're pretty, we're down there quite frequently. Zeeb and Jackson again, Scio Farms, Baker, and Jackson 94 area are higher areas for calls. Our Baker and Jackson, Scio Farms, Zeeb and Jackson, all great out of our station we have on Zeeb. Southeast quarter is where we're lacking in coverage right now. It's driving our response times up. But, you know, that's something we're working on with property acquisition and hope to address soon. So with that, any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for the chief?
Very good. Thank you, board, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief, and your staff as well. We appreciate it.
You like your uniform, Chief, you look really sharp.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for waiting.
All right, so moving on with the rest of our regular reports, hear from the administrator first.
I'll keep it very brief. The last period of time since the meeting a couple weeks ago, the first Budget and Finance Committee was held. We had a good discussion on the budget itself, and provided some resource materials, some reference materials, and we'll continue moving those forward. We did set the calendar. We are on the third, let me think a minute, the third Thursday of the month at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're scheduled for an hour and a half, and we'll do our best to keep that time frame. We'll be looking at different topics at the Budget and Finance Committee based on the charge from the Board of Trustees. Obviously, there was work done on the finance proposal and also on another project that I've been working on, and I had good progress or good discussions initially with Rebecca on it before she had to go on leave. But we're looking at some changes to how we do the timesheets for payroll. Right now, there's 2 or 3 different models that are being used, and it's a little bit inefficient, so we're looking to change that in the short term, and then the long term go to a computerized system, because right now we're still using paper timesheets. And then lastly, as far as the finance proposal, if there is additional information from the board, then I would respectfully ask that you submit to me whatever it is that you're looking to find out. I understand there's some general things that you have, but I would ask you to, let's be clear as to what it is that you're asking for. So if you would be so kind as to just shoot me a short email with 2 or 3 specific requests that you're looking for, so that we can be very clear as to what it is that the types of information that you want. Because as you well know, we've all had many hours of conversation, and I want to be sure that the questions are being addressed and they're not being misunderstood. So if you would just submit those, I would appreciate it. And that's it.
Gelman, trustee Noel?
Yes, we had a card meeting on March 1st, and Diane Russell, who's the representative from the EPA, was there. The EPA is currently working on their initial sampling plan in Scio. It's very minimal sampling. It's limited. It's used for the rank scoring in our application. If this is listed on the national priorities list, there will be much more detailed sampling that will come in the future. But this one is just very limited sampling. Eagle is going to start testing for dioxane with a new method in April. And this method can detect down to 0.5 parts per billion. And that is a change. I mean, some of the work that we have done with the well testing has prompted Eagle to do a little bit more. So that's a positive. So 187 residential wells will be sampled in April with this more sensitive method. It's still not as sensitive as the 522 method that Scio is currently using in our well testing program. But this is more sensitive than the method that they were previously using. So in Scio Township, we will have our third round of sampling that will be conducted in late April on 32 homes. The geographic location is north of I-94, west of Maple Road, and east of Honey Creek. And then depending on the results from the third round of sampling, there will be a fourth round of sampling in early summer. And this is the round where residents have been invited to submit online requests to be included in the sampling. And we are getting a lot of requests.
Yeah, I've got about 30 so far.
Yeah, well, we're both getting them at the
Oh, you're
same
getting
time.
them too?
I'm
Oh,
getting
we
them
should-
too, yeah.
We should
but
compare notes.
We're getting a lot of requests. All results from the sampling will be shared with Eagle and Washtenaw County Health Department. Everybody knows that who agrees to the sampling. That's it.
That's it? Okay, thank you. I've already put out what I was going to talk about, which was scheduling the meeting next week. The Downtown Development Authority, is that didn't meet since our last meeting, did it?
It did.
It
That's-
did.
that's why I added it.
All right. The Downtown Development Authority did meet and approved a budget, and actually that budget is the last page of the budget materials. Actually, not the last page, because we added the page about the authorized positions. The second to last page of the budget materials that you got. For this meeting.
494.
And that, I think that's, oh, well, there is one question that was raised in the Downtown Development Authority budget, which is something for this board to think about, and that is they voted, the DDA board voted to pay half the cost of the Washtenaw County Road Commission's proposed repaving of Dino Drive, and sort of challenged the township and the property owners to make up the difference, to sort of come up with the other half. So right now, the DDA is working to contact the property owners and to get their support, financial support for that road improvement. And hopefully we'll have more to report on that effort soon.
Did you give that
A couple
information?
property owners worked on the Scio Township Fire Station.
I'm sorry?
Remind them that a couple of the property owners are contractors for the fire station.
Oh.
Yes.
So there should be that
if we continue paying them.
What's an approximate cost?
Approximate, I think the total cost is over $200,000 to repave the length of Demo Drive.
Have you given that information to the roads committee?
The Roads Committee has that information because the chair of the Roads Committee is on the DDA board. That's one of the beauties of the appointments to two committees is that you get that cross information.
Okay, it just hasn't come to our meeting yet then?
Probably not.
Okay, okay.
And, clerk report.
So it's been over a year since we've identified the need for additional finance support. With the Township Administration Committee, we came up with the 4 positions, a project manager, HR, some sort of finance assistance, and as well as if we would hire a manager administrator. So we filled one of those positions and have been unsuccessful in all others. We did create the position of deputy treasurer, thereby vacating the position of finance director on November 10th. Since that time, this board has refused to invest in additional finance capacity, staff, consultancy, any which way. And tonight continues to put us in a dire, dire state. I do recommend that this board stop except going after big grants. I do not think we can manage them. We haven't yet received the 2 $750,000 earmarks Lazinski got for us, but when they come in, I cannot in good conscience recommend that we actually accept them because we do not have the staff to manage them. We do not. And I would like Representative Lazinski to be successful. And so it would be better if she gave it to a community who was ready to actually implement some of the projects that they said they wanted to go after. The second update I wanted to give you is unfortunately the township has lost $1,905.12. There was a scam that we fell victim to, and I do want to give a brief report to the board on the status of that. The township fell victim to a scam. We lost $1,905.12. It was part of our last payroll cycle on March 15th. It affected a single employee's paycheck. The problem was isolated and is not ongoing, and it's been corrected. There were some emails flying around. I just want to encourage everybody not to exaggerate or gossip about the incident because our network has not been breached, emails have not been hacked, identities have not been stolen, and so I want to encourage people to get the facts and use those. It's unhelpful to talk about other things. Here's what happened. Prior to processing the March 15th payroll, an outside bad actor spoofed the display name of an employee. So spoofing the display name of the employee. Made it look like it was coming from another employee. The email, in fact, was an outside email. There is no indication whatsoever that any employee committed any wrongdoing. And I want to be really clear about that. No indication whatsoever. It appears that it was an outsider spoofing an employee name connected, and it was connected to an outside email address. Our payroll staff person believed she was communicating with and receiving signed documentation required to change this employee's direct deposit banking information, and it was processed. The $1,900 was sent to a bank account belonging to no one in the township. Immediately, Donna, our IT team, David, and I took the following actions. We spoke with impacted staff and looked at all the documentation to make sure we understood the facts. We paid our employee who hadn't been paid. That was the first order of business. Donna has been working with Bank of Ann Arbor to file the appropriate reports and start the process of trying to get that money back.
That's what, let me,
Excuse me.
not sure whether we'll get the money back, but they have got their investigative.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you. So the bank is investigating. I've asked Lieutenant Hunt to come over so we can file a report. I need to follow up with him on that. And NetSmart, our managed IT services firm, has been completing a full review of what happened, looking at the digital records and everything. And if anybody would like more IT specific, I know you're very interested in that explanation, please reach out to Sean. But in plain language, here's what I can say. There was never any entry into our network. There was never any breach of any emails. There was no indication of any inside assistance or involvement in this matter. They're reviewing the technology that's in place. They say that these spoofing scams often are not able to be filtered out when it's just the name that's spoofed but an outside email address. They described at least 3 proactive technologies that they use, but these things do come through. Sean said he's developing a security training that he'll talk to David about and then deliver to all of our staff. And I suggest that when we get that lined up, that we also invite all board members as well to participate. And of course, immediately, we're back to paper-only signatures. No more looking like you've signed something and emailing it. We did move to that with COVID, with all the remote work, and so starting immediately, anything relating to finance, please do not sign. And I would say that even extends to contracts and grant agreements and things like that. So please use handwritten original signatures. And with that, are there any questions? Anything else I've missed, David or Donna? Okay, I just wanted to.
Yeah, give a good report.
Okay, super.
That brings us to the treasurer.
Well, as we've mentioned a couple of times, we're working on the reconciliation and it's going well, but it takes a long time. So hopefully, I'm hoping by the end of next week, we'll be done. Ready to send it to the county.
Thank you. Broadband Task Force.
Has not met.
The Parks Advisory Board.
Met, and I'll just keep it very short, but there was a long discussion with regards to the engagement of Jane Curler on the north end with regards to a consultant providing just a survey essentially, it's not even, so that we could evaluate access off of Troy Road on the north side. And then there was a long discussion with regards to the need for development of a parks manager that was characterized, which is distinct from the park project manager with regards to having somebody that could, there's enough parks now and there's enough parks in line that we need somebody that can operationally. We've piecemeal done it in the past with a gentleman that provided the services on a very, very part-time basis, did a great job for us at the time.
Now.
Our intern had taken it over, subsequent to that, and now we're looking obviously with the establishment of many preserves, the support mechanism, make sure that we can develop and maintain those properties. In coordination, obviously, with utilities, but also they cannot do it all as well. Utilities can mow paths, but they can't actually develop paths. And they can't create, an ecological review of the site in order to, sustain a preserve program. So we had a long discussion about the need to support that, and I'll also discuss that in the budget meeting as well.
Thank you. Land Preservation Commission.
Due to the lateness of the hour, I'll defer until next time with just a written report as well. And for planning, similarly, a very big issue continues to be the noise around event barns. We heard a lot of communication. There is a proposal for another barn. Planning Commission would like to create a small subcommittee to continue to work on these issues so that we can consider it fairly and urges that we, as a board, complete work on our noise ordinance and on our special event ordinance.
Maybe a synergy between that effort and a discussion that occurred with the township attorney, Jim Fink, recently about enforcement and how to sort of revitalize the township's enforcement efforts. We're at sort of a transition point there, so remind me to connect with you about that. Do you want to also report about the sustainability task force?
Could I just add something, Jackie, on that noise ordinance issue? Jim Fink and I have met twice, maybe 3 times now, on revising the noise ordinance. And it's almost done. We've changed several aspects of it, and one of the key feature that's changed is the fines will be incremental. They will go up after a certain period of time if there are repeat offenses. And there are other major changes too. I mean, this will be a topic of discussion for the board. But it is in process.
Good.
And just to go back to your point about enforcement, the Planning Commission really is looking to the board to provide support, guidance, ideas about enforcement. And, you know, I don't know whether that's a presentation or meetings with key staff, the attorney, law enforcement, to figure out what the enforcement piece might look like.
And sustainability task force, there was a meeting.
There was a meeting, and I regret that I was not able to attend that meeting, but it was very well attended, 38 participants from Scio, and reports from all the working groups about some ideas moving forward. I haven't gotten a report about that session precisely. We also do have our master's student team has presented a very good proposal for doing outreach and continuing to try to identify and communicate with all kinds of diverse parts of our township around through this process. So,
Well, I was able to attend that meeting, and I thought it was great. It was great in part because there was a connection with the county's effort, the larger effort, but also I was really impressed by each of the subgroups within the sustainability task force. Each one reported out, and they had a lot to report. And at the conclusion of each report, there was a little survey, so the participants in the online meeting could give feedback immediately to the different subgroups. Very well organized. Transportation Alternative Planning Committee. We don't have someone designated to that committee at this time. Maybe you and I should talk and see if that's an interest that you have, Patrick. The Roads Advisory Committee.
We had a presentation by Lou Kidder at our last meeting, and he gave us an overview of prior SADs, history, process that was used for establishing prior SADs. 2 resolutions will be coming to this board. They've been transmitted to you, Will, and David from the Roads Committee. That's kind of why Linda was here tonight, I believe.
Well, I communicated with Linda. She was wondering why they weren't on the agenda.
Yes.
And I explained that the funds that they requested are in the budget, and that once we approve the budget, assuming that we approve the budget including those items, then it's just a matter of approving those agreements, and the funds are already there.
Wasn't that, sorry, I was only CC'd on a couple, so I don't know if I'm up to date. I thought her original request to you a month ago was to put the road commission agreement on the agenda, because that is something we need to approve as a board.
Yes, after we do the budget, then.
But it doesn't have to be after.
Well, I guess it doesn't have to be after, but in terms of the process, my understanding is it makes more sense to have the budget in place, then approve the agreements. And the agreements aren't, there's no deadline for them until May. So
Oh.
we have plenty of time. We're not bumping up against some
Okay.
immediate deadline.
I will say one thing I noticed in the budget, it looks like most of those funds are proposed to come from the township-wide SAD, and I don't know that we can use it for everything on that project list. I don't think that's the intention of it.
No, the language is very specific, and we got the language.
Yeah.
I think they comply, but we can double check that.
Just want to be sure.
Well, I know, it's just if we only have 7 o'clock, next Tuesday with these big questions, I think that is not the, I suggest you look for alternative funding.
We'll double check that. That brings us to the end of our reports.
I was just wondering, since we have the benefit of having Mike here in person, and I am glad to have you here, Mike, is there any report from our attorney? Anything you're working on you want to update us on?
Nope, can't think of anything.
Okay, it's nice to see you in person.
It's nice to be here.
Um,
I will say that there is one other rule that we did not bring up, only because I figured the way the board was treating it appeared to me to give a majority view anyways. But you do have a rule, and I'm not necessarily stuck on it, that limits your debate to 2 times on one issue, with 6 minutes total.
No, we took that out.
I think we
took
kept-
that out.
The only part of that we kept was that,
Yeah.
the middle sentence,
That you have to have everybody gets a chance to speak once first.
Okay, okay.
yes, that would have been something to impose if we had that rule, but we didn't, we
That's
chose
fine.
not to have that rule.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And I do have a question, honestly, Mike. So we pay about 10, Gelman aside, all the specialty stuff, just general law, not fire fund, just straight up from the general fund. We pay about $10,000 a month to Fink and $10,000 a month to you. We used to spend $10,000 a month to Fink. When this board entered into the agreement with you, this is not your problem, this is our problem. Will said it'd be cost neutral. It is not cost neutral. We have doubled our costs so far. And so we need to better manage our use of attorneys. So again, anybody can call the attorney and ask for something, but it needs to be necessary. And so that's where, Mike, I think I brought this up to you and Will, like, for example, the memo you did on responsibilities, the kind of summary, which was fine. And I understand Will asked you for it, and that's fine, except that it's very expensive. It's thousands of dollars. That invoice is in the stack of invoices that will be paid if Raymond hasn't quit after the debacle they witnessed tonight. So I really think that as much as I like seeing you here in person, did I hear you say that you live in Grand Rapids?
Yeah.
So I appreciate.
Ada Township.
What's that?
Ada Township.
Ada Township, okay. So I do want to say another reality, and I'm not suggesting you do this, but another reality is that Jim Fink never charged us for his time while he was at meetings, because he worked on other township matters and just billed those. And so to this board, as much as we appreciate Mike and like Mike, I would like to say that we should invite Mike to meetings only when there are legal questions and specific reasons, and also consider if some meetings he might just join by Zoom for the parts he needs to. Because our attorney costs have doubled. Because it hasn't gone to using it's just gone to the more we authorize, the more we use. And we cannot continue that trend. Does anybody have any questions or ideas about how we might reduce our attorney costs?
Well, you make a lot of requests for attorney time, so I think if we're gonna do an analysis of who's making requests and whether they're actually warranted, then we should look at how you're using attorneys, because that is a big part of it, and I think some of the stuff that we have to use attorneys for is stuff that is conflicts that you manufacture, so I think we'd also have to somehow measure the amount of manufactured conflict we have that requires legal advice.
So in any case, I look at all the invoices, happy to, publish them on our website if we wanted to. If anybody wanted to take a look or do an analysis, happy to do it. I'm saying collectively, we cannot be spending public funds. This is contributing to our general fund deficit, so we really need to focus and make sure it's attorney work that we're asking an attorney to do. So, Mike, do you have ideas?
I do. I tell all my clients when they hire me, the more dysfunctional you are, the more you will pay me. It is a 1-to-1 ratio. It happens all the time. I say it to all of my clients. I never call you up and say, what can I do for you?
Exactly.
I don't call you up and say, can I be at your meeting, right? I'm happy to be here when you need me. I'm happy to do the work that you assign to us. But the more dysfunctional you are, the more you will pay your lawyers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for being here tonight and for making the trip. And I hope you have a very safe drive back home. And with that, I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Public comment?
No, I would like to make a motion to adjourn, but we have public comment, so.
What's that?
The vein of his existence.
That was.
We dealt with that, we dealt with that. All right, so public comment, please. Those of you who have waited so patiently, come forward and give us a public comment.
Pam Boyd, still a Scio resident.
Haven't left yet.
Administrator Rowley, your words were music to my small business ears. Your tough love to this board was so needed, and I didn't realize just how bad until you said all those words, those true words. And I admonish all of you, especially who have committees who need money.
Yeah.
You guys need to follow his rules, because you're not going to have the money to fund your committees and boards. It's going to go away, or it's going to fall through the cracks, or like the clerk said, there's no time for grants because you don't have the staff. And so maybe that's what you all need, is tough love and action, and to have it hurt your boards personally. This man has been around the bend enough time. You guys, you supervisor, have been on your pretty committees that have never had residents attend until the last 2 years, where we're speaking up and saying something. Jack probably told you, oh, you can be the supervisor, it's easy. No, it's not now, because residents are paying attention. And residents are calling ya on not knowing your OMA. I mean, you should know that. It's disgusting. And the attorney's correct. Y'all are a bunch of dysfunctional idiots. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment?
Sure.
I'm starting my time now. Mr. Homier, are you charging us for transit 4 hours back and forth?
This is not a time for a quick conversation. This is not a time for asking questions. This is a time for you to make your public comment.
I think it's time for transparency.
I agree.
You're using up her time. Are you concluded with your public comment?
No, she's waiting for an answer from Mike.
This is not a back and forth conversation.
With the board, not with the attorney, that's the difference that we pay for.
Our attorney's welcome to talk if he wants. With your permission, Supervisor.
I want the board to recognize that the moderator is not allowing me to speak. Okay? That's a violation of the OMA. And just letting you know.
And the misrepresentation of what's happening.
Didn't
Is there anyone
allow
else
me
who would like to
speak.
comment
It's
at this
on
time?
the table.
Yeah, I'm walking, because I know you love to hear from me. Oh, no, go ahead.
You should,
go
well,
first.
sometimes,
No,
I don't think I'm gonna go over my
Ladies first.
3 minutes.
I want to comment, though, that there are still 24 people on Zoom.
Excellent. Okay, Pat Stein, we can start now. Pat Stein, Scio Township resident, 45 years, M+. So, trying not to be really snarky here, but dysfunction is a really good word tonight. I was writing all these words, and dysfunction really fits. We go way over reasonable meeting times, and I have to say that I really attribute that to our supervisor. Supervisor Hathaway, I know you claim that you always listen and see. Ta-da. It's a shame the camera's not on him right now. You don't listen.
I'm
The
writing
only
notes.
voice you,
Please speak.
no back and forth here. Not, don't interrupt me. The only voice you ever hear is your own. Your behavior tonight was disgusting. It was disturbing. And I'm trying to think, what is your problem? You close your ears, you don't want to hear what anyone else says, and you have your own agenda, obviously. And I don't know if it's because of what was said way back when you first started, when Jane and Jack and you were sending out emails, the three of you. And one of them was, and I will not forget this term, when it comes to Clerk Flintoff, our strong, very intelligent, very capable clerk that keeps us honest, keeps us lawful, keeps us as a township in check. And what were the words in that email between you, Jack and Jane, where we need to rein her in? Well, is that still your mission? Rein her in, take away her powers, take away her duties, take away her staff, make her fail. Is that your plan? Because it sure sounds like it. I'll tell you, and your behavior is so disturbing tonight, you aren't gonna listen to anything. And it makes me think that you either have a disability that keeps you from comprehending what people are trying to explain to you, or you think you are all knowledgeable, that nobody here knows a damn thing except you. And which leads me to think, and another resident mentioned this a couple of meetings ago, I think you are mentally ill, and I think you should see a psychiatrist. Instead of asking, I know that sounded so disrespectful, didn't it? But I don't have any more respect for this man whatsoever. Not one bit. I think that every action you take is against the township. I don't think people are gonna wanna work here. I don't think you're gonna be able to hire people. I don't think you're gonna be able to retain people. And where does that leave us as a township? In your short months you've been here, you have destroyed so much that there is not a shred of respect left for you. But there's a lot of cause for concern. And I think that the next time you decide to call an attorney to sit in for a meeting for your own purpose, maybe you should ask for some psychiatrists to sit there instead.
Thank you.
Okay, but not too long ago, we had a president who gassed a whole bunch of innocent people to walk across a park and hold a Bible upside down next to a church that he had no business being next to. So this is not hyperbole. And then we had the attack on the Congress. When the elected officials become disconnected from the constituents, that's the net result. First of all, if you notice, there was a young man, sheriff deputy, walked in here. I followed him out and I said, why are you here? He goes, somebody called Lieutenant Hunt, said there was disturbance going on. Shame on whomever called Lieutenant Hunt. To try to intimidate by presence of a sheriff deputy, let me tell you something. The sheriff in this county is an African American and I know him. Okay, if that was to scare me, you got something else coming. I've got arrested before. Let's do it. Let's have me arrested for having First Amendment protected right. Let's see what the newspapers think. I'm gonna go out and have a meeting with Sheriff, not Lieutenant Hunt, the Sheriff, whose experience is the same as mine, is different because he's an African American and I know him and I contribute to his campaign. Trying to use the Sheriff Department to intimidate people. Lieutenant Hunt told me last time that you have had discussions with him about if the supervisor wants to remove somebody, can they call the Sheriff? Shame on you for protected activity. Nobody has threatened anybody. Nobody. We have a right to our First Amendment protected activity. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Riley, be prepared. They will agree with you in small increments at the beginning. I agree. First, I agree with you in small increments just to, they can slam it down. They all start by saying, oh, I don't oppose what you are saying at all, but, there comes the but all the time. You got overruled tonight, over and over and over, by Trustee Jerome, by supervisor, and on and on and on. So I just hope you won't quit because of this. Because then next is that, you're speaking truth to power, but when somebody is a tyrant, they don't like to hear the truth to power. Because these mindsets are what I call Trumpsters or Nixonites, who live in an alternative reality in their own head. They literally have contempt for public. That's why they want to keep shortening the public comments so they can become even more disassociated from the public. Democracy is the worst form of government except every other form. It's messy, but it is we the people, not we the supervisors. Okay, I also hope two things, that we can take the politics out of the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to be able to say the pledge. I cannot do it if the supervisor leads the pledge. I want to propose that the manager leads the pledge, that everybody has got good faith in, because in the pledge it says, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You have complained for the word all, Will. You are an elitist. If you don't, let's hope to take this, because I want to have respect for the pledge. If you lead it, I'm going to take a knee every time. He should lead the pledge because everybody has good feelings toward him. That's number two. Now, for the people who feel disheartened, there is a way to bring them to their knees. It's called civil disobedience. Okay? The word trustee comes from the word trust. They don't have our trust. Call them untrustee, or in his case, call him the puppet master.
Hey, Abby, your time is up.
No, my time is 5 minutes.
No, your time is
Call Lieutenant Hunt. Call Lieutenant Hunt.
Your time is
Call Lieutenant Hunt. Your text to me, oh, I'm looking forward to working with you to limit the people's public comments. You haven't seen somebody like me, okay? Let's go for it, Will. Let's go. You already violated my civil rights by not even interviewing me. By Xing two minorities, me and Heather Berkowitz, where you guys did not even give us access. I'm not asking for equality of result. You decided the two minorities who were running for that position were not even going to get an interview. To keep the entire board white. 25% of this township is non-white. 15% are foreign born. It's friendly to LGBT community. What did you do? You called me and say, oh, we're going to consider everybody throwing your hat. I did. What happened? You did not even see me and Heather Berkowitz as being worth to be listened to. You didn't even interview us. You gave an interview to your guy. Half an hour for each person except for us.
People are waiting for their turn for public comment.
Yeah. The people can go right after me. 3 minutes. You're going to argue with me longer than the 2 minutes difference that we have. That's your tact all the time. Give me the 5 minutes, then I will go sit down.
You now have 5 minutes.
No. 2 minutes I've been, argument with you. Argument after argument after argument after argument. You really think
waiting.
you are really yeah. I'm sure the people are really know that you are looking for our best interest.
Four people are waiting to give public comments. You are taking other people's time.
So you are taking everybody's time, Will. You can call Lieutenant Hunt if you want.
Would you call on the next person, the first person who's up on the remote?
Next up is Jillian.
So Jillian, please go ahead.
Jillian Islamic.
Jillian, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Oh, there. Okay, I can see you now. Wow, what a meeting. There's something going on with it. There's a problem with the Zoom. I can only see my name. Okay, well, the issue with, we have an issue with lack of staff. This is not a new issue. This has been going on for a long time. However, regarding the finance department, we have been short-staffed for a while. We had 2 employees and 1 went to as deputy treasurer. That was voted upon. So now we're down to 1, and she is on leave, I believe, from what I understood. So, you know, Administrator Rowley has a point. We are in an emergency. We need staff, and we need something temporary until we can make a decision to start hiring permanent employees. When is that going to happen? This was an issue with the old board, and it's an issue with this board. You know, when I talk to staff and I get to know them, and every single one of them says that they're short-staffed, they need help. What is the problem here? Now we've kicked the can down the road even further again. I don't understand why our staff is so undervalued. They are the backbone of our township. When you leave in a couple years, they're still going to be here. That is, if you haven't run them out. Please get serious. Our township is growing, has grown. Administrator Rowley has just given information regarding all of this. So Supervisor Hathaway, don't answer me, but I'm going to put this out there. Why are you fighting this? What are you trying to hide? That's the first thing that comes to me. It's not even a thought. It's more of an intuitive hit. There's something you're hiding. What do you not want our staff to see, or new staff? Does this have I heard somebody in the audience say something about a W-2. I don't know what's going on with the W-2, but is there something that you want a certain employee to do for you? I hope not. So please, board, do our township a solid and get our staff in the finance department where it belongs so we can get back on track.
Thank you, Jillian. Who's next?
Thank you. Next is Paula G, followed by Jonathan. Paula, you can go ahead. Paula? Paula, are you there?
Why don't you go to Jonathan?
Hello?
Oh, no, here she is.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
Paula.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what the problem was there. Anyway, I just have some concerns with some of the recommendations of the Planning Commission. And then those recommendations come to all of the board. So it's like with this new fast food that's going to be the entrance off of come around Zeeb and Starbucks. I don't know if you realize how dangerous that, and it's not part of anything other than Myers owns it and the businesses own it, but going just to pick up a prescription, you got the people flying around from Starbucks there. I would never go get my nails done over there. There's no parking really for the Jimmy John's and all that. And so now you're gonna jam in another business there. At least we have a light there, but there won't be a light between the Coney Island and that. And like I've always said, the whole idea was to have a boulevard of businesses. Now these tentacles, whether it's going to be 150 parking lot space, agro that doesn't even have the vines growing yet, or more traffic coming on to Zeeb. And I know in the road commission, they talk about wanting to put that roundabout down there at Zeeb and Liberty. Yet that other part of Liberty is always usually closed anyway. And that's going to be the whole idea, and I get it, put it all together, why Park Road needs to be a light and a sidewalks. But I also think that part of the millage, it wasn't just meant to be for, you know, paths walking or bicycle or into the woods somewhere. I'm going to take a look at that, but it was discussed in the Planning Commission and in the last road commission that monies was also supposed to be for areas. It could be utilized for stuff like lights and other things, but I've been watching the Planning Commission, and also the Road Commission wants to say they all agree with whatever's on the agenda to streamline it. Their meeting, which I understand why they want to do it. But then when you're watching it, or even if you went and sat there, you wouldn't know what they all just vote, you know, there's no discussion on some of the items.
Thank you, Paula.
And
Thank you,
that's
Paula.
it. And I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paula.
Jonathan is up next.
Next is Jonathan.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking my comment. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. So I really want to thank Jillian for the impassioned plea she just made, an overview of what really needs to be done for our staff. I think in the end, any manager, any decent leader knows that the best ideas and the best work comes from the front line, and we as leaders need to spend our time focus on doing things that make their lives easier and better, not playing political games with others. So, really, what was the purpose of this week's show? It keeps getting more and more exciting. I'll give you that, but who likes to argue just to get their way, regardless of what's right, and then feigns disbelief at reasonable reactions to his shenanigans. If he cared a bit for the finances in Scio Township or the residents, he would stop these silly distractions for the work that needs to be done by the BOT. Every week there's another one. If Will cared one bit for the township expenses, he wouldn't have an attorney show up coming from Grand Rapids, charging whatever he charges. And I really want to be upset about that until he gave some of the best advice that money can buy, which is you are dysfunctional in total and very specifically at the top of the leadership. I don't know what it costs to bring him out here from Grand Rapids, but for you to hear him tell you that you are dysfunctional, that is worth whatever we paid. Please pay attention to what we've paid for. This is a game for you, Will, and it's disgusting. You don't like someone, you mess with them. And I grew up with games. I know spoiled rich boy behavior, and that's all I've seen from you. Born on third base, chip on the shoulder, not as good as your dad, gaslighting, micromanagement, all through the meeting. You're the worst kind of leader. Just let people do their jobs and maybe figure out what yours is, because messing with others isn't your job. Jessica, I'm sorry for what you had to go through tonight. It's not right. And if this is about changing a W-2, that lady who always agrees with Will, the blonde one who sounds like an angry mom from a sitcom, Sandy something. Anyhow, I want to remind her and Will that changing a W-2 after the end of a fiscal year is a federal tax crime. Y'all have a great night. Thanks for keeping me up.
Thank you. Next up is Michelle Cody. Michelle? Go ahead. Michelle, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Dysfunction is quite the bon mot of the evening. The budget discussion and the consequent motion that passed to kick the can down the road to April 14th is a classic denial of reality that does have real world consequences. Clerk Flintoff, thank you very much. You very clearly and emphatically explained those myriad consequences quite well. And Supervisor, the rudeness isn't necessary to denigrate her excellent efforts. It seems to be routine for you. I am reminded of Wimpy in the Popeye cartoon saying, "I'll gladly pay you Tuesday," combined with Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind famously saying, "I'll think about it tomorrow." Really? Use the help that's already on board now. Get it organized and do what Treasurer Palmer as well. Her concerns were very valid. The budget is crucial. As usual, have spent an inordinate amount of time dragging the meeting past 11 o'clock to get his way with his three silent, complicit just going along. It's shameful. It's a dereliction of duty. And P.S. I don't support reducing 5 minutes to 3 minutes. I never have. And I do think there's some valid questions about why we do have two Scio Township attorneys and $20,000 a month. Boy, I'd love to have that versus $10,000 a month. Wow. So the clerk's suggestions are practical. And I, again, echo the attorneys who's sitting there. Thank you. It is dysfunction. Good night.
Thank you. Next is Stephen Feinberg. Stephen, you can go ahead. Stephen, we're not able to hear you.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to make a constructive criticism, believe it or not. If you guys get rid of one of your lawyers, you'll be able to fund Mr. Riley's financial plan. You guys are so concerned about money. Why don't you use it in an objective way? The clerk already told you you're spending too much on legal fees. So what you can do is divert the savings you get from legal fees to fund something that you really, really need. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. No more comments.
And now I would like to make a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Support. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned at 12:32.